Good morning, everybody. Hello, my name is Bimby. I live on your phone. I also live on a custom Game Boy Color. I'm a poison space frog who is obsessed with Splatoon, Nintendo, and just being gay, I guess. I don't know. And welcome to Splatoon Lore for you. In this class, we will be talking about Splatoon, what it is, the lore, and what makes it so great. And you may actually end up walking away with a new appreciation for it. We'll see how long this goes. Okay. So first and foremost, everybody, what is Splatoon? Splatoon is a... let me click off of this. Hello? Okay. Splatoon is a multiplayer shooter with ink-based combat. What's so interesting about Splatoon as a concept is that Splatoon... okay, raise your hand if you play Overwatch. I imagine everyone is raising their hand. They're probably touching the ceiling. Overwatch and Splatoon, I think, actually have a kind of unique compatibility because Overwatch, I think, is meant to be a shooter in a streamlined way in terms of how you play it, right? It's a very expansive game, but it's an easy to understand game. There's really only 2 buttons. Hold on. Boop. There's only like 2 buttons. With Splatoon, there's more than 2 buttons, but while I think Overwatch streamlines things in terms of the button commands, Splatoon streamlines things as far as connecting all of the systems together. Splatoon is super cool because the same action that you are doing to damage your foes increases your mobility, increases your reload time, increases your healing. All of the systems are interconnected by the same thing. So when you're doing one thing, you're also doing something else. And it makes the game really, really fast. Matches in Splatoon typically last 3 to 5 minutes, depending on the mode. And it makes sense because everything is happening extremely quickly. Yes. And that's something that I really appreciate. I think a lot of people like to think back on Splatoon as being like, oh, you shoot ink, you try to shoot the most ink wherever you can. And that's true. But what that actually means for the gameplay is kind of hard to explain until you're playing it and you realize that everything that you are doing is influencing everything else you are doing, which makes it an incredibly easy to understand game mode unless you're playing Clam Blitz. And then if you're playing Clam Blitz, you just turn the game off and play something else. Something you guys made him ink. Right, exactly. I do not like Clam Blitz. However, I have not played Clam Blitz with like people. I have played Clam Blitz only with randoms online. And that itself is an awful experience. Give me just a moment, y'all. I gotta handle some. Oh, you know what? We should be playing some music. I'm not a very good splat tuber. Oh, let's play like Splatoon 1 music. Okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Clam Blitz was your nickname in college. I know it's because of the iconic clam slams that he was doing. Everybody. Kyronin can like do a triple backspring into a clam slam on the dance floor on only 2 shots of Everclear. And that's why we got married. Hold on, I'm handling business. I gotta handle business. Handling business at school. Okay, boom. Hold on, I'm handling business. Clam Slam or Clam Blitz? You see, in In Splatoon, they actually call clam splams clam blitzes. Hold on, I still got more business to handle. Boom, boom. Okay. Oh, hi, damsel. I didn't even know you were here. Hi, damsel. We're talking about Splatoon. Rip off your clam and throw it on the ground. That's what the clam splan is in the Splatoon world. Okay. Moving on. Welcome to school, by the way. Damsel will be making a 10 to 20 question Quizlet for everyone to complete after the presentation. However, this will be recorded as a VOD and then a further curated situation. Boom. All right. Hold on. I don't want to play Splatoon 1 music when I'm talking about this part. We need like more like... No, that's too spooky. Oh, yeah. Let's just jump right to the incantation. Okay. So, for those who are not as familiar with Splatoon, rips my clam off my 50-page packets already. This is a 154 slide presentation. Oh wait, this is the perfect song. So the first thing that everybody notices whenever they talk about Splatoon, but they've never played Splatoon, is the style. Actually, I'm so sorry. This is one that I have to like really go in on, so I can't play music. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to listen to me. It's quite, that's fine because it was too loud for me. Okay. I should probably bring the thing up. I promise I'm a professional educator in real life, kind of. Let's turn this up a little bit. Okay. So the first thing that everybody notices about Splatoon when they see it, but they've never played it before, is they always talk about the style. All the time I hear, I've never played Splatoon, but I love the way it looks. I've never played Splatoon, but it looks so cool. I love Splatoon. Never played it though, but the art is really cool. And I want to take a second to just really appreciate what Splatoon is stylistically and kind of who's responsible for it. So the art of Splatoon is the one word that I would use to describe Splatoon's art style, and what is absolutely fundamental to the entirety of the franchise, is one term, and that term is diversity. If you take a look at the first big picture up here, can you probably see my mouth? Yeah, we got mouse action. If you take a look, there is a lot going on here on this picture of an urban environment, an urban center. This is Inkopolis. There is a lot going on. But it's not necessarily overstimulating. It is stimulating, because this is a world that we have a certain familiarity with. We take a look and we see, okay, well, we got the billboards here. We got the big colorful lights here. We see, well, this is construction. We see some big stages here, you know. It's a very calculated intention of chaos, and there is a deliberate choice of making things contrast. CONTRAST. That might be a vocab word on the Quizlet that Daniel's going to make. Contrast. Contrast is even down to its very clear depictions of how you play Turf War. When you play the games, one character has one color, one team has one color, the other team has made another color, and they are deliberately made to be complementary colors so they have a distinctive contrast for visibility. This is not just something inherently chosen for the art design. It is also something clear with everything going on with Splatoon. But let's go back to the content of diversity. Something that you may see, if we take a look at this Pokemon collab they did, is that every character that you see in any type of Splatoon promotion has a different style, a different attitude, a different sort of choice of what they put on their bodies, and also very important, a different skin tone. And I mean, let's call a spade a spade. I think we're all fans of anime and stuff in here, and I know especially a lot of us are fans of East Asian gacha games. Sometimes they'll be like, we have a character with melanin, and it ends up being Mualani, who's just kind of tan. You know what I mean? Or you get the Fire Emblem approach, and they make them gray. And that is extremely disheartening to see. So it is actually really refreshing to see that Splatoon is really embracing a lot of this difference of really just everybody, whether it be fashion sense, skin tone, and in many cases, species, when it comes down to it. The idea is that everybody's self-expression is inherently different. It may not all go together, but it is all incredibly important. And something that really highlighted that for me was in Splatoon 3's promotional art, where you see Miss Girl with a Viking head looking like she just is about to go to, I was going to say like she's going to go to an anime convention, but honestly, that's the girl who goes to anime conventions but doesn't have any friends but still cosplays at school. And that is valid in the realm of Splatoon. Also High Paro, so like Fishman Island from One Piece. You know what? That's actually a very apt parallel. That's actually an incredibly apt parallel. You kind of ate with that, Paro, not going to lie. The point is there's a diversity of expression and there's a diversity of identity, and that not only is present within the characters of Splatoon, but it's also in the sort of environmental design where you see all of these things fighting for your attention in a very intentional way. I was that girl. I was actually that boy. I didn't cosplay at school. Actually, that's a lie. I had this one really, really, really tight One Piece choker that I wore every day at school. And I didn't come out of the closet until I was like, how old was I? 19, maybe 20. And I walked around with this really tight One Piece choker. And I thought I was so cool. I have 5 questions so far. Okay, we're about to get to our first question portion. I actually do, seriously, I do want this to be something where if you guys have questions, I can answer them for you. But before we move on, I do want to highlight why the art looks this way by highlighting the artist who is responsible for Splatoon's promotional art, Splatoon's concept art, and Splatoon's art direction. Oh, perfect. And this is Seita Inoue. So Seita Inoue has recently been promoted to general producer of the Splatoon franchise. So what this means is that not only was he in charge of the way that the art looked, but he's now in charge of how Splatoon as a product is received across the world. And I think that's very important with a game that is as very fundamentally aesthetically based as Splatoon. Here's a couple of his art from his Instagram. If you guys want to follow him on Instagram, it is Tori_kun. And as you can see, it's very clear. You can see a lot of Splatoon's art style in a lot of his art. Something that he also is known for doing is drawing characters of a variety of different skin tones. And a lot of these objects that are just floating in the world, very much like a lot of the imagery is taken up by a lot of these floating objects, adding this sort of chaotic element to it, which also has a lot of sort of urban culture flair, a lot of street culture flair to it. And that's because Seita Inoue actually grew up in Mexico City, which was a deep urban area that was full of a lot of diversity. So if you kind of want to know why Splatoon is kind of starting off with this origin already of something that I am personally passionate about, which is diversity of thought, diversity of identity, for creating a really well-established product, it starts with his origins and his appreciation for it and having that resonate. And again, a lot of these East Asian games we get really don't have a lot of diversity of skin tone. And if there is, it's very questionable. So to see not only Splatoon, but Seita Inoue really highlight this in his art, game direction, and personal art is really awesome. Also, he designs his pictures to basically be like iPhone wallpapers. So there you go. Okay. So I know what y'all are asking. What about the lore? This is a real life picture from Splatoon 1. We're here for the lore. We're not here to talk about this and that. We're here to talk about the lore. So let's talk about the lore a little bit. Can y'all hear the music? Is it too loud or is it too quiet? This should be okay. It's only going up to the green. Shout out to DJ Octavio. DJ Octavio may be the best musician in the history of the Splatoon universe. The lore is pretty bonkers and bananas, and we're going to get into it. Too quiet? Okay, let me elevate. Okay. Is this better? Let me max volume it. Perfect. Okay. Let's talk about the lore. So, the Splatoon lore is without a doubt with 3 games. The ad is about to start. I don't want people to miss it. You know what? Here's what we'll do. Can I run it early? I can. Oh my God, DJ Octavio. Okay. We're going to run the ad. But to incentivize subscribing, you won't be missing anything. But we're going to run the ad now, but I'm going to continue the song that I was singing. All right, let's go. The ad ended. Hi, Brad. Okay. Hi, everyone. I don't know if y'all saw what song I was singing. I didn't want anyone to miss it, and that's going to be in the thing I have to cut out. Whatever. Okay. Is everyone off of the ad? Is everyone here? I hear my husband talking to somebody. Okay. Splatoon in 3 games. Hold on, let's get Octavio back in. Splatoon in 3 games has created Nintendo's most dense world, which is crazy. I am looking at you. Zelda. Everyone likes to act like Zelda has this crazy lore when Nintendo barely remembers what happened in the last game. No, if you want to talk about a fully realized world, we are talking about Splatoon's world. The lore is revealed in very interesting ways that I've heard a couple of straight people online while doing research for this video claim is, I wish it was involved in the actual story. I wish they actually made comments on the lore in the actual story. And all I have to say to that is, if I was playing a 14-year-old squid kid, I don't think it would be appropriate for them to stop in the middle of fighting a intergalactic demon and say, you know what, I'm really interested in about the geopolitical tensions of the human race. No, but it is revealed in many varieties of etc. ways. If you do not want to get all the lore and story in Splatoon, you don't have to, but you are more than welcome to, and I would recommend it because it really causes the world to be super enriching. The lore is revealed in some ways that are external as well, with developer interviews, art books, internet posts, Twitter posts. There was a whole Tumblr campaign a couple of years ago. Everything about the way that the world is interacted with is intentional, and everything about the world is intentional. Everything. In 1,000 words, it's always been Bimby, and hi to you. Welcome all the Raiders to the Bimby Show. It's always been Bimby. Oh yeah. Oh my god, my redeems are so loud. Hi everyone, my name is Bimby. I'm a poison space frog. I play a lot of different things, but not really because I'm getting back into streaming. Today we are in class. We are talking about the lore of Splatoon. We just got to the lore part of everything. I am also an aspiring artist. Scratch that. I am an artist and animator. I'm doing it, so I am one. And yeah, you are more than welcome to be on your absolute worst behavior in my streams. That is fully endorsed. If you want to use bad words, you are more than welcome to. Just be respectful. If y'all are going to start fighting, then I'm going to start fighting. I'm an Aries stellium, and I'm really hot and sexy, but you can't tell because I'm hidden behind this poison body. Anyway, we're talking about Splatoon lore. We just got into the part of us talking about why Splatoon lore is intentional, so you haven't really missed anything except for the part that I like to do the most. Just kidding. Oh, you fucking need that? Yes. With that being said, next slide. With only 4 games, the lore is rich, intriguing, multifaceted, and evolving. Now, I originally had intended to record a video of me singing a cover of All the Food is Poison, but I didn't want to do that, so I didn't do it. But I almost did. So just imagine I would go, all the lore, everything has lore, everything has lore. The music, the stuff, the food and stuff, everything you have has lore. Read up on lore. I don't know. Anyway, one of the things that I hear not a lot of people talking about is that even the music has lore. Even the release date of the trailer for Splatoon 1 has lore in context, in canon. Also, Gar and everyone else, if y'all need to raid one, you're more than welcome to. This will be a VOD, and I will put it in chapters so that you can go through all that you need to go through. But if you stick around, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so everything has lore. Everything has lore. Like a Pokemon, yeah. So everything has lore. Lurking and eating dinner. I've never played a single Splatter. Don't worry, you're here to learn. If you just leave with some casual information, you may end up being a little bit gagged. But everything in Splatoon has lore. The loading music has lore. But I'm not going to talk about all of it. I'm going to be talking about the major factors. So what are we going to be focusing on today? The in-game storyline of each entry, certain world-building elements, both from in-game and outside sources, certain gameplay elements and developer intentions that allow for certain concepts to succeed, goodness, and a timeline of events. The timeline. So we will be constructing a timeline throughout this presentation that will organize all of the major events in Splatoon. We will be going in chronological release order, but everything on the final timeline will be color-coded for when it was revealed in the game. I have lore. She has lore. He, they, we have. Does anybody have lore? I have lore too. This is a Zoom. Yeah, we're doing a whole situation. You are quite educated. Well, that's great because Daniel has been voluntold to create a 20 to 35 question Quizlet for everyone to complete after the class. So this will be a great crash course. Here are the chapters. We're going to start with a prologue, followed by discussing Splatoon 1, then Splatoon 2, Splatoon 3, and then Splatoon Raiders. Hi, Eggy. I didn't know you were here. Hi, Eggy. How you doing? Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. I have a really itty bitty desk. Shout out to Eggy, really a generational talent, a wonderful artist, and they will be purchasing Splatoon Raiders after this class. So if y'all want to play multiplayer with Eggy, you are more than welcome to. All right, let us go into. Also, I'm me when I lie. You already have it? Well, you didn't tell me. Follow Eggy or die. Yes, I mean that's just a fact of life, you know. Eat, drink, breathe air, follow Eggy, or else you'll die. All right, so let's get into the prologue. Splatoon's world. I'm sorry, I'm like dancing to this music. All right, so the first thing to talk about the world of Splatoon is war. Everyone loves war, except for everybody else. Oh, hold on, this is my jam. Also, speaking of everything has lore, this song has lyrics that you can learn. Type 1 in chat if you love war. Okay, the war. So many, actually, you know what? I am so sorry, Splatoon music. I am going to have to pause you because I cannot focus because I am literally just jamming. So we're going to play Seaside Holiday Nintendo Mix. Okay, Seaside Holiday Nintendo Mix. Okay. War never changes, but it does here because in Splatoon, there were 3 world wars. Actually, I think there might have been multiple beyond 3. I think there were like 5. There were multiple world wars that happened because humans, actually, I'm sorry. My relationship with the music is so crazy. I'm just going to leave it unmusicked and I'll add music in post. Is that okay with everybody? It's too late. I'm already deciding that. I keep getting distracted. War. So there were multiple world wars that transpired, even to the point that, because we all know that humans are terrible. They used the Eiffel Tower as a ballistic missile to try to eliminate an enemy. Like, this is what we're talking about. It's literally our world because we can't appreciate our planet enough. We can't appreciate each other enough, and we have to go into a full-on onslaught against each other. And guess what happened? The world ended. Everybody died. Every mammal went extinct. Humanity perished. This is canon Splatoon lore. Like, literally, it starts with multiple world wars and humanity being absolutely horrible and awful to each other and ruining the planet perpetually. Every mammal went extinct. This does include, again, another common misconception. This does include marine mammals. There does not exist any living marine mammals at this time. All of them have perished. And humans are all dead too, but you know, they deserve it. I have a very complex relationship with, as a former evolutionary biologist, I'm not getting into it. I have a very complicated relationship with humanity, but y'all are great. Let's talk about some characters. So here's our first 2 characters that we're going to be talking about. I was kind of just going off riff and I realized the scientist is actually called the professor, but I think I just called him the scientist. So the first major character in the lore of this prologue is going to be the scientist / the professor. So the scientist is a war criminal. Let's not call a spade. There's a lot of like professor sympathizers out there, but he was a war criminal. He had massive technological contributions to the war, including massive developments of military technology that led to the eradication of the world, but he felt bad about it. So it's okay because he felt bad about it, right? Anyway, he had a pet cat, and that cat's name was Judd, showing on the right. Everyone say hi to Judd. Put a 1 in chat if y'all support Judd. And put a 2 in chat if you support Little Judd. If you don't know about Little Judd yet, if y'all don't know about Lil Judd yet, we're going to get into that. Even when he... So this is Judd. Judd is a little kitty cat that was the professor's pet. We're talking thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago, Lil Judd was the scientist / the professor's pet. But the scientist, because he's a tortured human, decided to experiment on his little kitty cat to make him super intelligent, to the point where he had a very unquestionable and high-level capability when it came to discernment. He could look at a map of a war-torn country and choose the best places and the best times to send a missile to eradicate the enemy forces. Absolute horrible. Everyone, put a negative 7.5 in chat if you think that the scientist should pay. But Judd was innocent. You know, he was used as a weapon of war. But again, the scientist felt bad about it. So what he did when humanity was at its final days, he put Judd into a hyperbolic ice chamber of stasis. and effectively said, when the next people come around, the next major apex species repopulates the earth, they will wake you up and you can live again. He was woken up thousands of years ago because a side effect, it made him immortal. Surprise, made him immortal. And now he just judges turf war, and he's still a lazy cat. I love Judd. I am personally a Judd fan, but I'm also a Lil Judd fan, which we're not going to talk about until we talk about Splatoon 2, but I am a fan of both of them. But his personality, he's like a lazy cat. He's like, meow, meow, meow. And he's like thousands of years old. I know that's right. Okay, let's talk about the fallout of humanity. From cute little kitty cats to the fallout of humanity. Okay, so as the world was ending, humanity did its best to try to survive. But again, I'm sorry. Humans suck. I'm so sorry. This is going to be, I love y'all. This is going to be an anti-human discussion. They're like, oh my God, there was no way we could have avoided the end of the world, and now we have to try desperately to get off the planet or do something to survive. Who could have predicted this? You use the Eiffel Tower as a ballistic missile. Okay. So there were probably more tactics, but as we know, there were 3 tactics as the world was like officially ending that humanity tried to do to continue. The first thing they did was they created these subspaces called kettles. They were effectively these hyperspace environments that could fit a ton of people in there. The problem is that they took an insane amount of power to operate, and there was just a massive war. The grid that could power anything was either going to the war effort or was eradicated. So it worked for a little bit, and then it kind of stopped working. Tactic 2 was to try to escape the planet, try to colonize another planet, because if there's one thing we know about humans, they love to colonize. I have to stop. Anyway, they tried to colonize another planet. There were some initial tests for that, and it failed in a completely abysmal, dramatic way that we are still paying for to this day. Tactic 3 was to try to rough it, and that kind of didn't really work. It kind of worked for a little bit, which we'll get into later, and then it just stopped working. Yay, the fallout of humanity. But there is some good news. With the fallout of humanity results in the rise of the sea creatures. Now, I'm going to be using a lot of different terms for the inhabitants of the world of Splatoon. I like the term sea people and sea folk. So let's do a little Splatfest in the chat. If you like sea people, put a 1. If y'all like sea folk, no, we can do polls. No, I don't want to do a poll. We'll just do it in the chat because I don't want to leave my screen. If you like sea people, put a 1 in chat. If you like sea folk, put a 2. Sea people 1, sea folk 2. You're going to see sea people, but I will change it up to sea folk. Meow, 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 meow. We like sea folk? Okay, we're going to call them sea folk. All right. So sea creatures started to emerge from the water. Now, according to some lore from Splatoon Raiders, they did experience an initial decline in population, but then bounced back. There were some areas that were protected from the nuclear fallout, so it did result in those populations of sea folk to really populate. Over the years, the remaining sea creatures began to populate and overcrowded the waters. Due to the environmental pressure of overcrowding, as well as a very important moment that we talk about when we talk about Splatoon 3, sea creatures began to rapidly evolve, assume human-like traits and human-like culture, and spread throughout the planet. Additionally, because of, the war, the planet was ravaged and the seas and tides had changed. So the world was somewhat familiar to what we know today, but otherwise was completely changed. So let's talk about some fun facts about sea folk. So something that people who know a little bit about Splatoon lore, but not a whole lot, will tell you is, did you know that Inklings are cannibals? They eat each other. Ooh, what a dark world. Isn't this so dark? Follow me on Newgrounds. And it's like, hold on. We're going to correct this right now. There is official lore documentation that Inklings eat squids. This is a fact. But what people misunderstand is how evolution works. as a former evolutionary biologist, again, I don't want to get into it. When the evolution happens, not all of those original creatures evolve to become humanoid. Some of them remain as their original species in the ocean. There are multiple documentations of lore in-game as well as in developer interviews that highlight that there are actual fish in the ocean that are the same as when they were around us. Yes, it was a little bit spooky at first to find out, but if you think about it, this my new favorite term to say is put on your thinking cap, because sometimes you need to stop and well, let's think about this. What do what do fish eat in the ocean? They eat fish, so they should probably just stay eating fish. Those fish still exist. The only fish that we know for sure does not exist any longer, according to lore in Splatoon Raiders, is the salmon. The salmon, allegedly, from documentation, does not exist in its normal form today. But other than that, we have more evidence to suggest that all the other kinds of fish, until proven otherwise, still exist. Let's continue. Other fun facts about the sea folk. Fun fact number 1, I hate Sheldon. I hate Sheldon. I hate Sheldon. I do not like Sheldon. I don't like his little kids. I don't like him. I think he looks like a minion. I don't like him. Fun fact number 2, I love any and every crab, nope, Sheldon's a horseshoe crab. Every other crab-based creature is my favorite character. Bisque is my second favorite sea folk character. My favorite sea folk character I forgot to put in here. Shout out to Iso Padre, everybody. But for those of you who are not aware, these are what some of the sea folk look like. All the humanoids, this is another one that is alluded to in some lore about the bands, but all humanoids in this world have the ability, until otherwise stated, to produce ink and participate in ink-based sports that are the primary gameplay loop of Splatoon. So yes, Bisque, Sheldon, Flo, and Annie can all participate in... You like Sheldon, Izzy? I am so sorry. It must really be awful to have terrible taste, but I get it. Nobody's perfect. Anyway, you hate Bisque. I don't have a stream deck, but I'm gonna put. How dare you? How dare you? My Japanese spider crab king. Wow. You know what? If we're talking about sea folk eating what they ate when they were in the ocean, that means Bisque probably does eat carrion. He probably does eat dead people. I mean, it's probably just the normal. And he's not eating alive people, so I guess it's just okay. Anyway, all humanoids have the ability to produce ink. I didn't mean to call you out, Izzy. I don't think you like Sheldon, but if anyone likes Sheldon, put your favorite heart emote from a streamer who is not me in the chat if you like Sheldon. Anyway, there exists certain... Oh yeah, this is an important one. There does exist certain variants of evolved sea creature that evolved in a higher way that do have the ability to produce ink, but are not humanoid. For those of you who have played Splatoon Raiders or Splatoon 3, Master Mega, which is a giant shark, has the ability to produce ink and swim, but is clearly a fish. It is a highly evolved version of a fish, but is still a fish. So there were other evolutions that happened amongst sea creatures beyond those who could walk on land. Also, this is important. Let's talk about everybody's favorite topic, breeding. Breeding habits of these sea creatures does still remain to be retained from when they were in the ocean. There are discussions of certain knife fish characters in Haikarawaka, which is the second Splatoon 2 art book, having the ability to produce up to millions of eggs at a time and all of them hatching. This is a normal thing in the world of Splatoon. Breeding. Let's move on. Okay, so there are 4, I don't necessarily want to say the most populous, but probably the most prevalent. There are 4 of the most prevalent sea folk that we are going to explore and you will be meeting in the world of Splatoon. Let us go over them now. Number 1, the Inkling. Inklings. These are probably the most well-known characters in the realm of Splatoon. Be a kid, be a squid. Now, every character has the ability to have their own personality. Okay, we're not being racist. Okay, let's just say that here we're not going to be racist, chat. Okay, I know how the chat likes to be sometimes. But Inklings do have certain traits that are affiliated with them biologically. Similar to squids, they are impulsive, competitive, and Inklings are known to be playful. Some physical traits of Inklings, and again, we're not being racist, but some physical things that are identifiable of the species is that they have their eye bands connect. So you see they have those eye bands and they have a bridge that goes across the nose. Inklings have the bridge that crosses the nose. They look like a little mask. They have pointed ears. And one of my favorites is their tentacle hair. All of the characters you can play as have a color smooth outside and then a sort of rougher white internal area. The Inklings have their suckers, their suction cups on the inside of their hair on the white part. Also, fun fact, with the original Splatoon, the original Inkling girl, who was the poster child of Splatoon, her original design had those two long tentacle in the front, the iconic two long tentacles in the front, and it had four little dinglies in the back. And that's because squids have they have 8 arms, and 2 tentacles. So the difference is that an arm has a lot of articulation and tentacles have very limited articulation. So if you see a squid using its tentacles, it's literally just like throwing a sticky hand at things to try to catch them. And with Inklings, the 2 parts in the front, I can use my mouse. These 2 areas right here were to represent the tentacles, and these 4 things in the back represented the limbs. And the reason there's only 4 is because they already have 4 limbs right here. So altogether, they have 8 limbs and 2 tentacles like a real squid. So fun fact. I thought it was fun. Moving on, Octolings. Octolings, this is the one that everyone likes to play as because it was DLC in Splatoon 2, and I also play as an Octoling. Shout out to Octolings everywhere. I don't play an Octoling in Splatoon Raiders, though, but I do play an Octoling in every other opportunity I have. Octolings. So again, common traits, biological behaviors are that they are inquisitive, intellectual, and reserved. The biggest differences between them and Inklings is that the Inklings have, that eye band that goes across the nose. Octolings don't have the one that goes across the nose. It just stays across their eyes. Octolings also have suckers on the outside of their hair. They do not have suckers on the inside of their hair. There is one Octoling hairstyle that does not display the suckers, but if there are suckers that are displayed, it will always be on the outside of their hair. And also, fun fact, in the original, this is the Octoling girl default. She has 4 strands of hair to be the 4 arms that are paralleled with the 4 extremities that the Octoling already has. Oh, and the other thing is that they have rounded ears. Another really thing that a lot of people don't talk about is that one of the Octoling's ears have a little bit of a divot in it, and that represents the porthole that octopuses actually have. Also, we're clearing it up now. The official plural is octopuses, not octopi. It is octopuses because it has a Greek root. So feel free to say octopuses. You can laugh about it later, but honestly, I think the more we can integrate the term puss in our daily lives, it'll make our world better. With that being said, I need to clear something up right now. This is something I still see people mix up all the time. Not all Octolings are Octarians, okay? I need to say that again. Not all Octolings are Octarians. Octolings are one of the primary inhabitants of the Octarian forces, but not all Octolings are part of the Octarian army. That is a stereotype, okay? We have clear examples here. Shiver has been existent in the Splatlands and again, we haven't even talked about this lore, but I have to talk about it at the top. Shiver has existed in the Splatlands for not only her whole life, but her family has existed in the Splatlands for millennia at this point. And she is not an Octarian. She doesn't even know who DJ Octavio is. Not all Octarians are Octolings. That is a racist stereotype, and you deserve to treat yourself better. But anyway, no shade to Octarians or Octolings. They're just not. They're not They're not the same, okay? Moving on. Jellyfish. All right, jellyfish. I like the jellyfish. Some people are creeped out by the jellyfish. The jellyfish are silly little guys that don't talk. Common traits is that they can't speak. Most of them can't speak. They're curious. They emulate other creatures' habits for fun. So one of the most iconic scenes that jellyfish do is that there's a jellyfish wedding in Splatoon 3 in Mahi Mahi Resort, which is a map in Splatoon 3. And they get married. I love the jellyfish too. They were getting married. However, they weren't actually getting married. They were just mimicking what Inklings and Octolings do. They're like, well, these people get married, so I guess we will too. They don't necessarily have too much of a will of their own. A lot of the stuff they do is just because they saw other people do it and they think it's fun to do. But I accept them for that because that's called being a streamer. Otherwise, they're short, they're often blue, they have color changing abilities, and they have stretchy tentacles. Also, they love to drink puddles on the street with their tentacles, which is not something real jellyfish do, but I like that they do that. All right, salmonids. Now, salmonids are currently in their, I would say they're in their like espresso era. Specifically, I think they're in their espresso era because they've been around for a little bit. The salmonids have been around for a little bit, but now they're kind of like they're having their big moment because they got a whole game all about them. The salmonids are by far one of the most misunderstood species in the history of Splatoon. And we will be getting into them a little bit more, but there's a few things that I do need to highlight about salmonids. Do the jellyfish eat? We know that they cook, and we know that they drink water off the street. But honestly, I think they eat every day. Computer, play Vogue sound cat 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 cow. If you have that sound effect ready to go, just pretend I pressed it, and you can press it for yourself for an interactive audio-visual event. Okay. Now, salmonids is important to note they're not just mindless monsters. Salmonids actually do have a distinctive culture. Recently, they've been acting a lot weirder than they normally do, but it is important to note that despite having their own distinct culture and names, they are violent. They are largely driven by instinct. They have very clear migratory habits, and they're obsessed with food and specifically with tasting good. They are obsessed with making them taste good. Other physical traits. They all tend to vary. There's a lot of variance in how the salmonids end up looking. But salmonids do come in two very distinct colors. We have this grayish color, which you see in Splatoons 2 and 3, and they also come in a red variant in Splatoon Raiders. Okay, now we know the major cast of species. Let's talk about growth. So, from the end of humanity to the age of sea creatures, 10,000 years have passed. The general time that we are referring to when we're talking about the modern era of Splatoon, we are referring to that as the mollusk era. So that is what you will be seeing. Now, the mollusk era allegedly has a BCE and a CE variant. I couldn't find information that discredited mollusk era specifically referring to before or after its own like parallels with time, but I would assume so. So we will just refer to it as the mollusk era, which is the era of the sea folk. Inklings and Octolings were the first to emerge. They spread throughout the world and propagated very quickly, and eventually their cultural pastime of turf war became a cultural pastime. It makes me actually wonder, now knowing what we know about Splatoon lore, if the turf war actually was something that originated from humans. But more on that later. Here is the first version of the Splatoon timeline. From what we know about Prologue information, here is the first version. Splatoon 1 takes place in the mollusk era year of 2014. And from then on, every other game in Splatoon takes place in the same parallel year to ours. So right now, Splatoon Raiders takes place in the mollusk year of 2026, which means that the events that happened in Splatoon 3 happened between 4 to 4. That's the right way. 2 to 4 years ago. So it's taking place in the real world, and developments that happen in the world of Splatoon happen in real time. All right. Mollusk Year of 2026 trade. Who is the Mollusk Year? I think that who is Mollusk Year of 2026? Trade of Mollusk Year 2026. Hold on, I gotta think about it. You know what? I have to. No, it's not Strong Arms. It's Isopadre. It's always Isopadre. The Splattershot Pro is what the Mollusk trade of 2026 does. Or that is what they should be. Isopadre 20. Well, he can win it again. It's not Forearms. No. Who is the hottest salmonid? Ugh. Who's the hottest salmonid? Vote below. If I had to answer, no. If I had to answer, it would be Big Shot from Salmon Run Splatoon 3. And I'm sticking on it. Daniel, you need to go to the doctor. Okay. Any questions about the prologue of Splatoon before we move on? I will give us a few moments to inquire and ask questions. The Ouroboros, man. Talk about a bad dragon. I love the Ouroboros scream. I think I love the Ouroboros scream. I think the Ouroboros scream is so I'm like, that's one of my things that I do where it's like, hey guys, you want to play Splatoon? Let's play my favorite thing. It like spooks people. They're like, Blake, what are you playing? Okay. We are moving on to Splatoon 1. This is when I started to make some more custom frames and then abandoned it to just be a little bit more inventive. Okay. Splatoon 1, picture it. Incadia. Incadia is, I don't know if the term would appropriately be country, but it's the territory of Splatoon 1. So far in Splatoon, there have been 2 territories that we have explored, Incadia and the Splatlands. This one takes place in Incadia. Inkopolis is the city and central hub of Splatoon 1, and it is full of a ton of culture. Inkopolis Plaza is the freshest spot on the block. This takes place in Mollusk Era 2015, and all game events take place in real time, as prior stated. So let's talk a little bit about Inkopolis. So Inkopolis is a hub of fashion and youth culture. They love ink-based sports. What's also interesting is to track how the popularity of ink-based sports are throughout Splatoon's development. At this point, ink-based sports are kind of viewed as it's for kids. The kids like to do it. Yay. But we're going to see that transition into a popular fad, and then it's going to turn into a whole professional industry. I'm willing to bet that if I were to make a prediction for Splatoon 4, I'm putting it right now, we're going to have Splatoon 4, and a major theme about it is that it's going to be a huge, sponsored, professional sporting event in the realm of Splatoon. They're going to treat it like the gym challenge in Pokemon Sword and Shield. But otherwise, Inkopolis is known for having a lot of people living in it. It's a diverse and fun place to live. And is a hotbed of culture. Just kidding. It is a hotbed of racism. Where are all the Octolings? We just spent a whole portion talking about the Octolings, but Splatoon 1 turns out to be anti-Octoling propaganda. Where are the Octolings? When you are playing Splatoon 1, there are no Octolings that are present in the world. You cannot play as Octolings. They're nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. Where are the Octolings? Well, let's talk about it. Institutionalized racism based upon wartime politics from over a century ago. Sounds like America. Let's talk about it. So over 100 years ago, Incadia was a place at peace. Octolings and Inklings, while very populous, all lived in harmony in the same territory. However, as more and more creatures began to populate the Incadian territory, it led into an all... Yes, well, now you're learning, Helnut. You're learning. Trust me, there's a lot of stories that are going on in the world of Splatoon. I'm going to finish this slide. We'll let the ads play, and I'll sing more of my song. Ooh, sing song. However, eventually, the lands became overpopulated, and a territorial struggle began, which formed the Squidbeak Splatoon with a large population, but not entirely, composed of Inklings, and the Octarian army composed mostly of Octarians. This event became known as the Great Turf War, which was a huge conflict between these two army forces. I want to mention that these were not like racial forces inherently. There is evidence of other species on different sides of this war, but they were largely populated by Inklings on the Squidbeak side and Octarians or Octolings, on the Octarian side. War again. All right, we're gonna let the ads play just to get them through, and I'm gonna sing more of my song because I don't need to take a break yet. And I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know why he's gone away. Oh, B&B, my baby, and I'm gonna find him. Been around the world and I look at, oh, actually, that's not that part. Looking for my baby, I don't know when. Oh, wait, no, hold on. This is my actual favorite part, and I'm fucking it up. Been around the world, looking for my baby. Been around the world, and I'm gonna find. I've been around the world, and I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know why he's gone away. I don't know where he can be, my baby, but I'm gonna find him. www.carafum.com. Oh, the ad ended early. Y'all missed my favorite part too. Subscribe! Anyway, you don't have to subscribe. Where's my control panel? I hope you enjoyed that ad, probably talking about Applebee's wonton tacos. I would eat the wonton tacos. Okay, we're moving on. So again, a war. Not quite a race war, but could be easily construed as a race war and would be remembered by the survivors as a race war. Splatoon! All right, where's my control panel? Okay, so let's talk more about Incadian history. So the Inkling forces, they specifically say the Inkling forces, not the Incadian forces, the Inkling forces, were scrappy. They were very scrappy, but they were disorganized. While the Octoling forces, again, they use the term Octoling, were very organized and with their intelligence actually developed massive swaths of technology known as the Great Octo Weapons and won most of the battles. However, there was one battle, actually, I need to talk about this one really stupid piece of lore. There was one discussion in the lore of Splatoon that said that the Inklings lost the battle because their alarms didn't go off. And so they didn't show up. And so the Octolings won by default. That's the kind of world we're dealing with. Race wars, regular wars, nuclear fallout, mass extinction events, and running to school late with a toast in your mouth because your alarm forgot to go off. Splatoon! Okay. So in one pivotal battle, the Octo weapons failed because they were plugged in And they got unplugged on accident. And the Squidbeak Splatoon beat the Octarian forces and ended up winning the rest of it. Because again, they're scrappy. So they really only needed one chance to get the advantage, and they won. And at the time, that lore is stupid. It is so dumb. It is really stupid. However, the more I thought about this as I was making this presentation, I thought this is literally such a parallel to like actual Splatoon and Turf War, because it'll take like 5 seconds for you to lose control of the map, and then the entire other team takes it. Like, it is the most apt description of the game. So it's stupid, but hey. So anyway, Incadia was won by the new Squidbeak Splatoon and their allies. So what happened after this war? Well, the Octarian forces were banished into a desolate wasteland. That's right, racial exile. They were put into a desolate wasteland that was pretty much torn apart by war. This area was later known as Octo Valley and Octo Canyon. Meanwhile, the new Squidbeak Splatoon, composed primarily of Inklings, established the laws of the land, and all the other sea people began to populate Incadia because it is a perfect hub of dreams and beauty where your dreams can come true. This is official lore. But let's talk more about the fallout of the war, because not all was lost for the Octarian forces, as the Octarian nation uncovered the kettles left by human civilization. Remember the kettles? They're coming back. So they uncovered the kettles in the wasteland, and because they were super intelligent, were able to get them operating again. This allowed them to have sort of these habitable biodomes in the desolate wasteland that they were, again, banished to. Now, it did cause a bit of an insular community. As far as we know, the only inhabitants of the Octarian nation are Octarians, which is also, in this case, a race, which we'll talk about in the next slide. But because they were insular and they were war-torn, it led the Octarian nation to become a very deeply militarized state. So they lost the war, they never gave up the wartime effort, and they became deeply militarized and highly surveilled. Almost all Octarians go through military training from a very young age, and they are pumped with propaganda, mind control, potentially mind control, potentially mind control, and other tactics to convince the less willing Octolings to comply. So, on one hand, we have America, and on the other hand, we have, I don't know what the parallel, I don't want to talk bad about any other country besides America. Let's move on. Let's talk about how the Octarians are a little strange. So I've talked a lot about Octarian or Octolings by this point, but Octarians are interesting. So Octarian appears that it is not just a nationality, but it's also an ethnicity, because Octolings are not. I'm going to mix up my terms so bad. Octolings are not the race of Octarian, but are nationality-wise Octarians. Meanwhile, these other little tentacle beasts you see are Octarians in nationality and in the ethnicity. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? The thing is that the term Octarian is a blanket term for all the inhabitants of the Octarian nation, but the non-Octoling inhabitants are also called Octarians. It's like when you say, like, I'm French because I live in France versus being French because your parents are French by ethnicity. I hope that makes sense. Now, allegedly, these Octarian species only exist in... Oh, hi, Rose. I don't know, my alert's not going off. We're at the Octarian portion of discussion, but welcome to the chat. It has been confirmed that the Octarians, to form these tentacle-based Octarian entities, are reproduced by the cutting of tentacles that then turn into them. So they're very strange because octopuses don't reproduce like that. So it's kind of interesting how they do that, but they do it. I do like the Octarians in terms of design. I think they are a very colorful and creative design. They are just very weird. More characters. So let's talk about the commanders of the race war. Hi, Rose. You're also joining in at a very questionable time. So Captain Cuttlefish, also known as Craig, is the captain of the new Squidbeaks, or of the Squidbeaks platoon, now the new Squidbeaks platoon. Yes, shout out to the race war. He's a bit of an old coot these days, but he is dedicated to protecting Inkopolis from the shadows. Just letting everybody know, he has a official in-game spoken dialogue of him literally saying, "I don't see species." Let's talk about Octavio. Octavio is allegedly just as old as Cuttlefish. And he's talking about octolings while he's saying it. Oh my God. And then we have Octavio. So Octavio is allegedly just as old as Cuttlefish. He is the oppressive military leader of the Octarian army. So he is very intelligent, but he also deeply polices and militarizes his entire state. He's also a DJ. The difference is that he changes his mind, but that's way in the future. Let's talk about the lore of Splatoon 1. You are a fresh young inkling squid kid who lives from the sticks, and you're gonna move here to Inkopolis to get your shit to be on top of squid-based battles. You're gonna go get some matches, you're gonna fight people, you're gonna get fashionable, and you're gonna be the new hip squid kid on the block. That's literally the motivation. How can you be oppressive and a DJ? That is actually a very good point, because technically DJing frees the people from oppression. We will get into that. That's actually kind of part of my big whole thesis statement about this whole situation. But before then, give me just a second, y'all. Because it is now time. It's now time, you guys. Are you guys ready? Because there's some people we have to talk about right now. We're going to talk about some people. Can I have an endless version? Someone's got to have done this. Okay. We have some people we got to meet. All right. Who's ready to meet the flops? I'm just kidding. It's the Squid Sisters. All right, so the Squid Sisters. Now, if you have not played Splatoon and you have seen the Squid Sisters and you're able to type in chat and you're not doing homework or playing jump rope with your friends, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you're a Squid Sisters. If you don't know about Splatoon, but you do know about the Squid Sisters. But if you have played Splatoon and you have heard about the Squid Sisters, put a whatever. These are the Squid Sisters. The Squid Sisters are the idols of Inkopolis. They are the hottest people on the charts. We have Callie, the enthusiastic, energetic, unbothered one. And we have Marie, the cynical, witty, and always bothered one. They host the news, where they announce the stages and have a bunch of really good music. Of the idol groups in the Splatoon world, to me, out of the idol groups, they're in last place. Flops, no. I love the Squid Sisters. I always have loved the Squid Sisters, and I always will love the Squid Sisters. They are most certainly not flops. They are truly beautiful and wonderful people. When I was playing Splatoon 1 for the first time, I really liked Callie more, but as I have aged, Marie takes it for me. Marie's my favorite. My favorite Squid Sisters song is really basic. Actually, no, it's Ink Me Up. Let's play Ink Me Up, everybody. Let's play Ink Me Up while we're just gushing about the Squid Sisters. If y'all know the Squid Sisters, what's your favorite Squid Sisters song? Mine is Ink Me Up. And then my second favorite is probably Calamari Incantation, Spicy Calamari Incantation. But yeah, they have in-game music, typically played during Splatfests, but also during story mode. So let's take a minute. Prob's Incantation. Spelling. So let's learn a little bit about these divas, because what I think is so interesting about these characters, if you are a weeaboo like I am, and like Izzy is, and like Eggy is, and probably like everybody else here is, you are probably hearing Marie, and she kind of has a little bit of like a little trill to her vocals that sounds very like traditional folky in terms of its presentation. And that was done deliberately. Retired? I don't believe that. Aren't you going to a Metaphor Refantasio concert? I can do that because that's Esperanto, which is not a language that actually exists. That's fine, because that's not a language that actually exists. That's a language people made up. Okay, let's just be clear about that. Anyway. Y'all don't know that song. That song is actually really fucking fierce. Okay. Let's talk about the Squid Sisters. Oh, hold on. I have a song to play. Okay, let's talk about the Squid Sisters. Is this gonna go? Oh, it is going. The Squid Sisters are cousins from the rural Calamari County. They won the Calamari County folk singing competition at a very young age. Their winning song, Calamari Incantation, also known as the Chorus of Calamari County, is a traditional folk song of the area said to have magical powers. Let's listen to it. I don't know if anyone's heard this version. Literally just casting a spell. It does kind of sound like an incantation, doesn't it? You know what? This is given like Shrimp Stomp a little bit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. A, B, C. Oh, what? Oh, I just got perfect on Soda Hop 2 on Rhythm Heaven Groove today, and I was so happy because that is the hardest game in Rhythm Heaven Groove. Okay, in their teens, a producer by the name of Shaiho Shai, which is really just the internet handle of one of the musical directors of Splatoon, produced their debut single, City of Color, and this immediately launched them into the superstardom that they still exist in today. Shout out to the incantation. Okay. Moving on. Let's talk about power. So, the world of Splatoon actually has a variety of different power sources. There's a couple that are more popular than others, but they do have a variety. So the one that is the most immediately present to players of Splatoon is Zapfish. Zapfish are electrical catfish, typically in large and small varieties, including the Great Zapfish, which is the primary source of power throughout the entire metropolitan area of Inkopolis. It basically showed up after the turf war to I don't know, it kind of felt a little petty, didn't it? Like, oh, you guys won the turf war? Well, I'm going to settle down here. People also use power eggs, and they say a variety of other fish eggs, but so far it's only been confirmed to be power eggs, which are row from salmonids to power the city or power things. It's not known how much of power eggs are used in the major metropolitan area. However, it is the major source of power with Octarians. The Octarian nation basically has a trade agreement with salmonids to get power eggs, which is why in the story mode, you see a lot of those power eggs everywhere. It's because that is what they're using to power the kettles. Remember what I said, how there was a power issue back when they were originally, the humans were trying to operate the kettles? Well, by having a consistent source of power eggs, they're able to keep the kettles functioning. In exchange, the Octarians give technology to the salmonids. That's why you see salmonids in all kinds of weird machines. It's because that is the technology that was given to them by the Octarians. Also, fun fact, if you didn't know, the scrapper enemy in Salmon Run and in Splatoon Raiders, if you damage it to the point where it stops moving, it lets out the Octarian leitmotif of bum, 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 bum. So next time you're playing Salmon Run, Rose, hit the scrapper and you can probably hear it make that sound effect. Or if you're playing Splatoon Raiders, try to hear that sound effect and you're like, oh my God, it is Octarian. Now, again, allegedly they use other fish eggs, but again, this has not been observed. So we could possibly assume that they just meant power eggs in the terms of the salmonid eggs. Octarian power crisis. Okay, so the Octarians are still having a power crisis, though. The population has grown so high to the point of instability, and now power eggs are not enough to just power it. So, the time for revenge is now. They have a plan to steal the grape Zapfish. Revenge. Let's talk about Splatoon 1 story mode. The Zapfish disappears, and you, as the player character, get discovered by Craig Cuttlefish, who wants to reignite the race war. Not really. He just wants to protect Inkopolis. I mean, but kind of. He's like, oh no, the Octarians are invading. Ah! And they kind of are, but I don't know. I just don't like the way he talks about it. Anyway, so the Great Zapfish disappears. Cam Cuttlefish identifies, okay, this is the Octarian forces. Stop him. He outfits you with a bunch of this gear. Where he got it, I think it was confirmed that it came from Sheldon. I'm not quite sure. But he's like, all right, go and save the day. You get named Agent 3. Which is a recurring character. So your character from Splatoon 1 is a recurring character in the world of Splatoon. And to prevent the greater populace from freaking out, you keep it in the shadows. So basically, Splatoon 1 story mode is navigating the kettles of the Octarian nation to eliminate the evil threat and get the Zapfish back. They also stole mini Zapfish, so you will get those back as well. At the end, so there was a question about how can he be evil and a DJ? Right here. This is how that happens. So in the final area, you find that Captain Cuttlefish gets kidnapped, who normally has been talking to you through radio comms. So to fill his role, you get contacted by Agent 1 and Agent 2. And they're like, we need to save Captain Cuttlefish. As a kid, way to call out my lower black... way to call out my lower back pain, because I was already dating my husband at the time this game came out. Anyway. Okay, hold on just a second. I have another song. I gotta get ready. My lower back pain. My back has been really fucked up recently because it's been raining. I think I might have... I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say nothing. Anyway, so during this battle, Captain Cuttlefish gets captured. Agent 1 and 2, the mysterious unknown Agent 1 and 2, get kidnapped. Where's my control panel? Get kidnapped. Nope, they don't get kidnapped. Captain Cuttlefish gets kidnapped. Agent 1 and 2 come in to save the day. You go into the battle. Plot twist. It's the Squid Sisters, and they put on a concert. Yeah, bitch. This is like the theme song of Splatoon, which is Calamari Incantation, the club remix version. Now, something that no one talks about, something that nobody talks about with this particular version is that the instrumental is all DJ Octavio, okay? DJ Octavio hears them singing and can't help but like doing a little bit of boom ba ba bum ba bing ba boo. Yes, this is the club remix. Oh, this song is, I'm sorry, this song is really good. Anyway, they sing, and the magical melody fills you with power and fills the truly musical heart with DJ Octavio possessing the robot to kind of weaken because he can't stop but hit the beat. That happens to me literally while doing this presentation. I can't help but feel the beat while singing song. You defeat him, defeat his robot, trap DJ Octavio in a snow globe, save DJ Octavio, save Captain Cuttlefish, free the Grape Zapfish, and party. Now, what's really important here is that this particular concert was a concert. Surrounding the area were thousands of Octolings, specifically Octolings for some reason, around who were listening to this battle, and they all thought that this was just a concert collaboration between DJ Octavio and the Squid Sisters. They really thought it was just a straight up concert. That is important because the Calamari Incantation has magical powers, which we will explore in a later entry. Okay, please don't have autoplay on. I don't think I have autoplay on. But let's talk about Splatfests. What's the song I played again? City of Color. Now, I have learned that Comet doesn't like fun and doesn't play Splatfests. The fun of the Splatfest is to hate it the entire way through, like to not be happy, but then when it's done, look back and you're like, that was so fun. Okay, let's talk about Splatfests. For those who do not know, Splatfests are community events in Splatoon. They happen at a very specific time, typically over a weekend, and it makes all the maps turn to night and everyone throws a party. The theme is very simple. The entire gaming populace of Splatoon picks between a variety of teams. In Splatoon 1, it was 2. They ask a question. Which do you like more, cats or dogs? You pick the team that you want to represent, and then you battle it in Turf War over the period. During this period, you can level up your Splatfest level and get a variety of prizes, which is always fun. And at the end, a winner is determined, mostly for bragging rights, but also kind of like, it's kind of like really important actually, because the results of Splatfests, I have to say it, the results of Splatfests affect the world. So, for example, in Splatoon Raiders, you have the character of Shiver, who is very, very shrewd and like always talking about money. And the reason she is extra greedy in that game is because in Splatoon 3, there was a Splatfest that she represented for Team Money and she won, which affected her personality. Every Splatfest has the ability to permanently impact the narrative of the game, but none are more significant than the final Splatfest, the final large event that Splatoon hosts during its update cycle is often referred to as the final fest. And many players didn't know it at the time, but the final fest was going to be a major influence on what the next game was going to be. So, what is the final fest's theme? Which do you prefer, Callie or Marie? What team are y'all on? Y'all figure that out while I queue up some more music. Put it in the chat. Which team would you be on? I didn't put animations on the next slide. I was supposed to. I'm asking y'all to participate in chat a lot. I'll do Ink Me Up. All right, I'm gonna go to BRB for a second. My husband is calling me live in front of my viewers. I will reveal who the winner is in just a second. Let me go to BRB.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I am back.
Bimby.
Sorry about that. My husband got me food. Shout out to husbands. That's a really good thing to invest in. If y'all don't have a husband, get one. Or a couple. Okay. So I would at the time I would have picked Team Cali, but these days I would pick Team Marine. Shout out to husbands, yes. And the winner was Marie. Shout out to Marie. Marie won the Splatfest. I was actually kind of gagged that Marie won. She wasn't the most popular, but Team Marie had hands. I did not participate in this Splatfest for various reasons at the time, but I did follow it, and I was very gagged that Marie ended up winning. Okay. We're gonna get into Splatoon 2 next. Splatoon 1's story lore honestly was just very like, it was mostly like set dressing. It was like all the prologue was stuff revealed in Splatoon 1. Splatoon 1 is not the lore game. It is, well, no, it is the lore game. It's not the story game. I am so excited for Splatoon 2. Splatoon 2 is where Splatoon like really starts. But here is our timeline so far. So for those of you who are lurking, I'll leave it on the screen for just a little while longer, just so that you can have a chance to look over and see how much information we have covered so far with one game. This also has all the little nuggets on it that tell you all the little other areas that we will be exploring throughout this discussion. I gotta eat this crust. Okay. It's like 10:44 here. Okay. All right. Now remember, Daniel is making a 40-question Quizlet about Splatoon 1's lore only. We will also be now moving into... It doesn't have to be. I'm just pulling you, Peach. Splatoon 2! Oh, I love Splatoon 2. What's my favorite Splatoon... What's my favorite Splatoon 2 song? What's my favorite Splatoon 2 song? Like my favorite like non-idol song from Splatoon 2. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. Splatoon 2 is where the music started to go crazy. Oh, what is that band called? Bottom Feeders. Yeah. Splatoon fans, who's your favorite Splatoon band and also Splatoon song? My favorite Splatoon, this is my favorite battle. No, it's not this one. This is the one that's like, okay, this is the one. This is Splatoon 2. All right, everybody, Splatoon 2. Do you notice how my Gemini Moon is already activating? I'm like, I don't want to play music. I don't want to play music. I'll add it in post. I'll add it in post. I'll add it in post. I'm like, wait, I like this song, though. Shout out to Gemini Moons. All right. So, Splatoon 2 takes place 2 years after the events of Splatoon 1, specifically after the events of the beginning of Splatoon 1, and about a year or so after the events of the Splatoon Final Fest. Now, people have moved to Inkopolis Square. New shops, new game modes available, ink battles are approaching the mainstream. Inkopolis Square is a lot smaller. It's kind of like in an alley. But people flock to it for a few reasons. Some that might not be completely legal. Here is the style of Splatoon 2 as it is developing. More capitalism. Splatoon 2 is really where the themes that I were talking about in terms of diversity of style really started to pick up. And the fashion really kind of went off in Splatoon 2 and then carried on going off in Splatoon 3. Splatoon 1, it was all like kitschy and fun, but Splatoon 2 really started to have it hammered in where your style was. My gear, my outfit in Splatoon... Let me pause the track. I would be remiss not to talk about splat tubers and splat sonas. So, shout out to my friend that everyone should go follow. That I am almost certain that they are not in chat. I am such a tiny desk. Shout out to my friend, Dr. Zinkenstein. Literally, like, my poison type sister. Please go follow them so that they can get on that emote game. I really need them to make some emotes because I'm sure they would be so gaggy. Anyway, he recently made a splat sona, and that's something that is like a very intrinsic part about being a Splatoon fan. And in Splatoon 2, people were starting to make what their splat sona was. Like, what's their storyline for the splat sona? And so my splat sona, because I played Octoling, my splat sona wore my splat sona wore the vest with the dongles on it, with the like lanyard on it. And so basically he was a Octoling who escaped the Octarian nation and got a call center job, and he hated it, and he was like, this is worse than the Octarian nation. What's the difference? At least in that one I got 3 square meals a day. Now I have to pay for my food. That was my splat sona in Splatoon 2. I have a splat sona in Splatoon 3. They just don't have a personality. But anyway, that's a really fun thing to do, is to kind of come up with your character personality. It's really cool. Also, by the way, this will be discussed maybe, I probably won't remember to talk about it, but these outfits in the top right corner you get from the amiibos for Pearl and Marina. We'll talk about them. And they are inspired by Biggie Smalls and Tupac Shakur, respectively, which I think is really fucking cool. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Okay. So let's talk about the in-between Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. So this information was revealed somehow. I don't remember. I think it was like a developer interview or something. Hold on, I gotta close my door. I think it was like a developer interview or something. But during the events between Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2, there were a variety of posts made by Nintendo discussing some interstitial events between Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. Most importantly, there was this discussion about Callie and Marie. Callie and Marie, after the Final Fest, their careers took off massively. Big time. But Callie was a little jealous that Marie won the Splatfest. So I kind of forget all the details just right now. I did the whole research into it, but from my understanding, both of them were really popular, but Marie was able to do more of the stuff that she wanted to do, and Callie kind of just had to do what was provided to her, and that made Callie a little bit jealous. Ads are about to start. I'm going to go BRB to eat some of this food that I got. So eat some food yourself. And I will be right back. Break.
Uh-oh. Bimby.
Hi. I had a recent uptick in viewers. I'm like, oh, hi, everybody. Did y'all come around? Hi, everyone new. I don't know what happened. I don't think I got rated. But hi. Hi, everyone. Okay. Where? Oh, oh. My. Where am I? This is it. Okay. All right. Hopefully your break was good. Okay. Boom. In between Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 3, Callie gets jealous, although they both get popular. Their busy schedules make Callie and Marie, who were previously best of best friends, live very different lives. Both the Squid sisters, however, did stay booked. And they decided, hey, you know what? Let's finally meet. Let's meet in Calamari County for our first off day in a long time. They agree. And Callie ghosts Marie. Vogue crash. Oh wait, no. It's boom. Yeah, that's the one. Just imagine I press boom. So Callie ghosts Marie. Marie's all sad, but then as she's walking back to Inkopolis, notices a UFO, Octarian UFO. Uh-oh. Callie didn't ghost me after all. She got squidnapped. All right, Splatoon 2 story mode. You are another, this sounds very familiar. You are another fresh, young squid kid from the sticks of Inkopolis, trying to make it to the top of the charts. And yeah, basically Splatoon 2 story mode is extremely similar to Splatoon 1. The only difference is Marie is now operating as the primary mentor figure. And let me get back to the song. Marie is operating as the primary mentor figure. And Captain Cuttlefish is MIA because he is training with Agent 3 from the last game in the mountains, probably doing a much more interesting storyline. But you as Agent 4 team up with Marie as you fight the Octarian army again, who has once again stolen the Great Zapfish. Check Blueski. Been around blue sky. Oh my god! Izzy, you don't have to do shit like this. This is too nice. Oh my god. My first I'm actually kind of like mildly overwhelmed because this is my first piece of fan art. Oh my god. Hold on. No, this deserves a quote repost. Oh my god, that's so special to me. Oh, that is actually really special to me. And that's also like me as an Animal Crossing villager. What would my catchphrase be as an Animal Crossing villager? It's a race war. No. Could you imagine? I'm like, hey, did you borrow my Bard striped tee? It's a race war. I need to fucking stop. Okay, but it was anyway. I don't know. We'll think about it. I'll have to think about what it is. But I straight up Izzy I love that. Thank you so much. That is very special to me. In fact, I need to also hard. Did I not Krogi. There's a lot of things. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Did I actually like repost this or am I just being stupid? No, I reposted it. Okay. Awesome. And I liked it. Okay. Boom. Okay. Krogi. All right. Remind me to say Krogi more time. Boom. 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 One thing I do need to highlight on actually while we're here. Agent 4 is the most shat on Splatoon character in the history of Splatoon. Agent 4 is your playable Inkling character from Splatoon 2. It is the character that is the most dookie-don out of any character in Splatoon by the Splatoon characters. This character has been described as lazy, as unattentive, as clumsy, as insignificant. Respect for Agent 4. Like, Agent 4 doesn't deserve all that. But anyway, you go through the story mode, plot twist. Ooh, something just squeaked in my ear. Plot twist. As you're navigating through Octo Canyon, which is totally different than Octo Valley, you go through esoteric floating puzzles just like before, and you suddenly find out that not only was Callie squidnapped, but Callie was hypnotized. She was hypnotized. So basically, Callie was brainwashed to be on the side of DJ Octavio because the only reason, quote unquote, that DJ Octavio lost the last time was because Callie and Marie like changed the flow of battle because he was a DJ and his musical heart couldn't surrender to the beautiful melodies. So if you get Callie, then that's good. Then you ruin any opportunity for you to lose, right? Well, maybe someone should have taught him that his second boss fight was so much easier than the first time. Like they really, really, really nerfed his second boss fight. But I was actually about to say that, Izzy. I was actually about to say that because thanks to this whole situation, wow, Callie is, ooh, she is eating down with this. Could you imagine if this was Marie? So the reason it was Callie is because she lost the Splatfest in Splatoon 1. Could y'all imagine if this was Marie? That would have been crazy. She has, her panty line is showing. Nintendo show her panty line. This was her Boys Town variant, correct. My favorite thing about this look, is her hot dog octopus earrings. The nuance of that is so fierce. The golden hot dog octopus earrings is so nuanced and good. I am obsessed with this. The tattoo is actually a little sinister. But it's a temporary tattoo. I mean, it has to be. I would hate for it to be like a Nami Arlong Park situation. Could you imagine if Callie was like, she took a knife and she just stabbed that and was like, Octavio, 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 Octavio. And then like Agent 4 had to grab her arm and she has to be like, what's that? Basket. Honestly, game of the year. If that actually happened, game of the year. Breath of the Wild came out the same year, game of the year. If they pulled that, game of the year. Anyway, so basically what happened is that Callie and Marie reunited and put on another musical performance. Oh, we're not ready for that yet. Let me play their musical performance, which is one of the best Splatoon songs, which I think this version honestly clears Splatoon 1's version, Spicy Calamari Incantation, and then Splatoon 3's version might overcome it. I don't know. I know, yeah, they are known for their ink. I can't imagine they need something permanent to have something that lasts. Now, there's actually lore behind the ink of Splatoon characters where they actually are the food for a microorganism, which is why when you go to these maps, after a while, you can play the maps over and over again, because after about like an hour, this microorganism devours all of their ink. So if that is indeed the truth, I doubt that it would be permanent. Maybe they have to keep applying it, or maybe they do something crazy and weird. I don't know. The lore of Callie's, that's not a tramp stamp. Ink eating amoeba, thank you. That's not a tramp stamp. Oh, Spicy Calamari Incantation is my jam. Anyway, they beat Octavio again because he can't help but feel the music, and the day is saved and you get the Zap Fish back. Same old shit as Splatoon 1. Okay. We've talked a lot about stuff at this point. But so far, everything we've talked about has been, maybe she did apply it herself. Everything we've talked about so far has been very like, I mean, yes, there's a race war. I mean, yes, there's this history of death and conflict of the humans. But everything here has mostly been like a silly, fun adventure with some fun characters, music, it's cool, and all the dark-sided stuff, that's all in the past, right? That's all in the past. So now let's talk about something a little bit different. Let's talk about Salmon Run. So Salmon Run might be one of the most horrifying game modes in existence. This is Splatoon's PvE mode, where you will fight hordes of these salmonids as they are coming after you. This is a mode that when it was, now we have a whole game about it, but when this game first came out, I kind of honestly couldn't believe it because it's kind of horrifying. And Splatoon 3's version makes it even scarier. Like, I kind of can't believe that this was approved. Shout out to the Splatoon 1 dev team. They are a very young dev team by Nintendo's standards. And they were like, we like horror movies. We want to make something absolutely balls to the wall crazy. If Rose, if you're still in the chat, comment if you're still in the chat. Shout out to them. Actually, I can literally shout out to them. Hold on. Rose, do you make stuff on Twitch or do you just do YouTube stuff? I'm here to have to do Twitch stuff. I'll show up. Whatever. It's not even linking them. Their names are now Comer Core and Comer Core. Shout out to Comer over here, everybody. Follow them. Y'all probably already do. They are legendary Splatoon salmon runners. They consistently do max level, hazard level salmon run stuff, and I can't even understand how that works because that is at 30 FPS. Now, if we're talking about Splatoon Raiders level frame rate, you know what? Maybe I could. I am executive VP after all, but with that and trusting like randoms to help you out through it, I don't know. That sounds like, I don't know. God gives their strongest, what is it? God gives their strong, I met you after midnight, my one. When all is said and done, you'll believe God is a woman. Salmon Run is great. Salmon Run is amazing, but it is a frightening experience in 30 frames per second. Okay. While we're talking about Salmon Run, we got to talk about Mr. Salmon Run himself. Mr. Grizz, no comment. I don't like him. Mr. Grizz, I need to really set the standard of what this E10 plus game is. Okay, I really need to set the standard of what this E10 plus game is. As I mentioned prior, salmonids have their own culture, society, names, music, habits, and practices, right? They are their own people. They're, however, extremely dangerous. And recently, this is important, recently, there has been very significant developments and changes in their behavior that have made them even more dangerous and erratic than usual, which is what is referred to as the Salmon Run. In designated quarantined areas allegedly by the government, the salmonids are going crazy in very clear, distinct areas in the world. Mr. Grizz is, again, I need to highlight, an unknown force using illegally procured and manufactured weapons and sending miners into these dangerous areas with frequent geomagnetic shifts causing immediate shifts in the tides. Also, he can get his eggs. He wants eggs. That's what he wants. He just wants the eggs, which we'll find out for why later. But he just wants the eggs. And he's sending miners to do it so that he doesn't get in trouble because they want to get their plastic tokens to trade it in the toy shop for another toy gun. I am of the team that I don't think the gold in Splatoon is actually like money. I think it's like plastic tokens that the kids get to trade for the toys they use to play in the salmon runs and all that and all the turf war battles. So he's giving these kids plastic toys out of a gotcha machine and plastic play tokens for them to risk their life in a government quarantined area and eradicating an entire like race of entity. And they don't know any better because they're stupid kids. They don't go to school. Anyway, it's a whole thing. The important thing that I want to talk about is the big takeaway here is that they are incredibly dangerous. Salmonids are incredibly dangerous, but they are still a very distinctive and specialized culture with names, music, practices, societies, villages, homes, everything. They are an established people. So tell me, what the fuck is this picture? This is the worst picture I have ever seen in my life. On Blue Sky, I posted a couple of days ago, I just remembered that fuck-ass salmonid picture, and this is what I was talking about. What is this fucking picture? That's a guy, and this picture pisses me off. The true race war. Okay, so for those of you who do not know, this is No, babe. Mm-mm. This is different. Okay? This is different. Because if this was true kink play, I'm going to be quiet. Mm-mm. 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 You're not going to catch me. For those of you who do not know, there is a smartphone app called the Nintendo Switch app. It is mostly useless unless you are playing Splatoon 2 or 3 or Animal Crossing New Horizons, and you want to have a keyboard you can type in and you don't want to go into voice chat with them. Those are the only reasons you ever need to use it. Splatoon 2 has a function where it will keep track, or Splatnet 2 is what they call it. It has a function where it keeps track of how much ink you have shot and covered in your duration of gameplay. And once you have filled, like splatted enough ink to cover Central Park, you get this following reward card showing indentured slavery in Splatoon. Now, to me, I'm an amateur Nintendologist. To me, I just have to be so real. This whole like setup absolutely reeks of Nintendo of America. This whole picture just smells like Nintendo of America, specifically Nintendo software technology. I'm pretty sure that Nintendo software technology is the one who made the app. And this is giving like, I don't know the lore. I just like the silly fish. And now we have, I hate this picture so much. But it exists. So now we have to deal with it. Kit and Krista, what is going on? Kit and Krista, everyone, if you're part of the True Bimby family, message Kit and Krista, send this picture to Kit and Krista and say, explain. He might have a family. Okay. Let's talk about Arc Polaris. Okay, so the final Splatoon 2 map that was introduced in Salmon Run was the Arc Polaris, the ruins of the Arc Polaris. Now, this was immediately compelling to a lot of people because it has the following signs on it. There are two major reasons this is of concern. And I remember freaking out when this map came out because it really wasn't announced. It was just like dropped on Twitter saying, hey, next week in the version update, we're going to introduce this new map. And they showed this picture in particular. And this caused Splatoon Twitter at the time to freak out for two reasons. One, there's a bear on it. And like, I've been in Fawn's chat before. We all know what happens when you talk about bears, right? So naturally, people freaked out. The second crazy reason is that this is using actual English letters. Splatoon has a variety of different scripts that you can actually translate. If y'all are real Splatoon heads, shout out to Rassica's. She has created, or excuse me, he. Actually, I don't know Rassica's gender expression. Can someone please check on Rassica's Blue Sky profile and see what they have pronouns in their profile? Because I remember in my brain, I was like, Rassica's is a different gender than their Splatoon Splatsona. But I don't remember. I don't know. Shout out to Rassica's. Anyway. English. Rassica's has created a variety of ciphers to determine the translation of they, them. Okay. Shout out to them. I appreciate you, Izzy, for clocking that. But this didn't have to be translated because this is English. So this means that this is an old language. And so people were getting crazy. That's it. We'll talk more about Arc Polaris in a little bit. Boom. All right. Octo Expansion. All right. If y'all like Octo Expansion, put a 5 in chat. I'm going to eat a piece of pizza. Hold on. Let me turn off my... No, put an 8 in chat. What am I talking about? Let me mute my mic for a second. I'm going to eat a slice of pizza. while I was chewing, was my like guy like going like the flavors on my tongue. Anyhow, Octo Expansion. Hold on just a second. Yeah. Okay, Octo Expansion. To freedom! Okay, so the Octarians head to freedom. During the during Splatoon 1's final boss, the magical powers of the Calamari incantation broke through the alleged brainwashing. There's still no confirmation of it actually being brainwashing of the Octarians, and many choose to liberate from the Octarian forces. One such Octarian was a genius inventor of really the first Slim Thick. Oh, I have to change music already? Hold on. Hold on. You guys, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. This is my favorite. These are my favorite characters. These are my favorite characters. You guys, I'm really excited. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, everybody, don't get cooked. Stay off the hook. Don't get cooked. Stay off the hook. Oh, I love Off the Hook. Look, for me, the Squid Sisters were cute, but Off the Hook, like, I remember. Okay, where was I? Ba-ba-dum-bum. You better sing, Pearl. I'm gonna listen. Whoa, wake a little star in the line. Gorgeous Devour's cute. I agree. Gorgeous, they ate it up. Hey. Hey. I'm gonna listen to the whole thing. I don't care. What's the point of trying? Right. I love when they put. Also, I know this is like skipping ahead, but when they're singing the song in at the end of Side Order, and they're like, chaos and order. My life was rewritten in that moment. I remember when the Splatoon 2 Direct hit. I didn't watch it live because I was at work. And I watched it in post. And specifically, I watched it through people's reactions on YouTube because other people's joy gives me joy. So I just like watching people get excited about things on YouTube. And so I would watch it. I didn't have a Switch yet at the time because this was 2017. I was working at Geico, by the way. I was an insurance agent. Fuck that company, but that's beside the point. I went into my car. Ooh, I'm getting a flashback of the time. And I watched it, and they had a song. Nintendo also posted another song besides this one. At the same time, and it was Ebb and Flow. They posted Ebb and Flow because they knew that song was going to be significant. And I loved it. And just like with everyone, at first, I didn't like Pearl very much. But now, I'm a fully realized Poison Space Frog with a ability to use toxins, which again, that's the talk slur. I can use toxins to make people have body tea. Enjoy your look. Enjoy your look, Izzy. Have a good old time. And now I love Pearl. I love Pearl as much as Marina. Now I will say, her first outfit was a little unfortunate. It wasn't bad. But her first outfit is definitely not her best outfit. Every other outfit that Pearl has worn has exceeded it. So I will give it to you there. Anyway, this is Pearl and Marina. They're the new divas who are doing the news. Excuse me. They're the new divas who are doing the news. They have formed a new band called Off the Hook. And they are on top of the charts. One is an octoling and one is an inkling. One other important thing to mention about these characters is that it is heavily involved. What is Jada saying? That they are entangled with each other. It is heavily implied that they're in an entanglement. They're gay. Very clearly. Exactly. One is very brilliant, shy, an octoling, musical goddess, former Octarian, current just octoling, former Octarian, and Pearl. I just wrote, okay, look, I get it. You see the 5'2" and you immediately hate her. Trust me, I would die for her. Impulsive, loud, rich, destructive is also gay. Now, I am the ultimate authority on Splatoon astrology. Pearl is an Aries. Marina is a Pisces. Callie is a Sagittarius. Marie is a Capricorn. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, we're 64 out of 145 slides. Let's continue. Off the Hook origins. When Marina fled, the Octarian army, again, being freed from her indoctrination, effectively, by Callie and Marie, the incantation, she escaped and was taken in by Pearl's family. Now, the thing is that she was very intelligent. She was an inventor. She could create all this crazy technology really quickly for the Octarian army. And she was so smart. But when she escaped the Octarian forces, she didn't know what to do. She was in the middle of the snow on the mountains when she was discovered by Pearl. Pearl took her in with her family. Now, one thing that we do have to clarify is that Pearl is a Nepo baby by all definitions. We do have to be honest. Pearl is a Nepo baby. Her daddy is super rich and funded her music career. The one problem is that her musicality was so bad that even all of this like literal artificial promotion like Taylor Swift, she couldn't even make it work because she was just that bad. She had a death scream that could destroy glass and metal and all this stuff. It was crazy. However, Marina was now obsessed with music because she was she just listened to the magical melody, and so she wanted to create more music. And so she started to make music. She started to make her demo, Ebb and Flow, and she worked with Pearl to help finish the job on it. She used her not magical, technology to help suppress some of the death scream attributions of Pearl, and they were able to make a musical duo known as Off the Hook. It is important to note that if Pearl is not performing with Marina, then Pearl has a very dangerous musical capability. They also took the Squid Sisters gig, kicking those flops to the curb. Again, just kidding. Now, here's one thing that is important that I don't hear a lot of people talking about. Let's go back here. Pearl is a person of color, is notable for having a sort of minty, neon, tropical green aesthetic. That's kind of the color that they choose, a little turquoisey. They are very technical. They are a coder. and they are a DJ. These are all things that are important to say about Marina. So I have to just ask this. Have you ever seen Marina and Paradise in the same room? I have never seen Marina and Paradise in the same room. Pearl, no, I meant Marina. No. I meant Marina. No, Pearl chose Team Mayonnaise for a reason. I meant Marina. Have you ever seen Marina and Paradise in the same room? Did I really say Pearl? She was on Team Mayonnaise, for God's sakes. That was like one of the very first I think that was the first official No. Marina. Also, fun fact, Marina was likely named Marina. I mean, yes, we have the Pearl Harbor joke, but probably also named Marina because there is an octopus in Animal Crossing named Marina, and literally almost the entirety of the same staff that made the Splatoon games make the Animal Crossing games, like almost to a T, even to the people they borrow from Monolith Soft. It is almost the exact same thing. So whenever there's a new Splatoon game comes out, it's going to be a while until another Animal Crossing game comes out, which is why I'm very happy and pissed that Splatoon Raiders was as expansive as it was, because I need another Animal Crossing game right now. I'm sorry, New Horizons ain't cutting it anymore. Let's continue. Agent 8. Okay, so you play as Agent 8, Octoling freed in much the same manner as Maria, and you escape the Octarian compound. When you run into Agent 3 and Cuttlefish, who are training in the same area, you fight them because they are racist, as we have prior established, and they think that you are an enemy. And as you are battling, you crumble down below into this strange test facility where suddenly you lose all of your memories. Make your way to the promised land. All right, so let's talk about the Deep Sea Metro. Okay. The Deep Sea Metro is the location of the events of Splatoon 2's Octo Expansion. The Deep Sea Metro is a large interconnected train station that connects various areas underground. Now, there needs to be a few things that are clarified when we talk about the Deep Sea Metro. The Deep Sea Metro is an enclosed space. This is true. There are not very many areas to get out or into the Deep Sea Metro. However, there are inhabitants here who have to live here because they are deep sea creatures. Boom. I absolutely love. I swear to God, I think that the inhabitants of the Deep Sea Metro are some of the best character design I have ever seen. And again, former evolutionary biologist, I don't want to talk about it. It is just so fascinating to see like a character based upon a predatory tunicate, you know? Already Splatoon 2 was kind of put like really making things cool for me because it was like, let's have a Japanese spider crab as a character as opposed to just like a regular fiddler crab. So I was like, oh, we're already making some deep cuts. But here we have flashlight fish, gulper eels, predatory tunicates. We have, of course, the iconic blobfish. We have sea angels. We have ping pong tunicates. And I am already obsessed with it. I'm like, oh my God, they get it. SpongeBob, move over. Where's your predatory tunicate character? But these inhabitants have to live here because they are very sensitive to light, much like their actual fish counterparts in the ocean. So they have to live in this dark area, and they use the Deep Sea Metro to get around. Now, in Splatoon 2's Octo Expansion, you are promised by an entity known as Telephone that in order to get out of there and also reach the Promised Land, you need to go through a variety of tests through a test facility that the train is connecting. Now, not all of these people are test facility people. Some of them are, but not all of them. Many people just live here and they use the train station to get around where they live, but it also connects all of the stations. As you see here, we see Sea Cucumber, who is a very interesting character. Also, fun fact, the company that Sea Cucumber works for is called Kamaboko. And that logo that they have, that little wave logo that they have, is the Kamaboko Corporation's logo, and it is representative of fish poop. And then we have Isopadre. I'm sorry, I might be disgusting, but I think Isopadre is kind of one of those hear me out. I'm like, wait a minute. There's something about Isopadre that kind of like, I think there's just like a cuteness to him. I think there's just like a cuteness to Isopadre. Cause he likes to collect stickers and little erasers and stuff. And in Splatoon 3, he puts stickers all up on his shell. I don't think giant marine isopods are actually that cute at all, but I think Isopadre is such a remarkable character design, and he's a little handsome. Sue me, sue me, sue me. Send me to furry jail. Send me to furry jail. Where's the giant marine isopod furries? That's what I want to know. Okay, we have an ad starting soon. I am about to go into the gameplay loop of Splatoon 2's Octo Expansion, so I'm going to go on mute again while I eat another piece of pizza, and we'll just trigger the ads. All right, BRB. All right, how was the ad? I hope it was good and delightful. Let me get my control panel back up. All around the world, in my head forever. Okay. Gameplay loop. So the gameplay loop of the Splatoon 2 Octo expansion is to complete missions on the Metro at the various test facilities, use these to unlock other levels, get to station from station till you eventually get to these primary stations where you can collect the things. When you collect all the things, allegedly, you will be able to escape into the promised land, which you assume is the surface. Along the way, you will allegedly collect your memories. Ooh, I'm getting really excited. Along the way, you're going to collect your memories and enjoy the support of Off the Hook as they support you from above ground. The story in Octo Expansion and the lore we learn about Off the Hook in Octo Expansion is probably the best story content of the game. I know a lot of people like to talk about Splatoon 3's way of doing it. I still prefer Octo Expansions. But then you got the things. They do spell it with an A. You got the things. Oh, right. I need to play a video of what's happening. Hold on. um, Hold on. Hold on. I'm just trying to get the thing. Okay. There we go. So let's add. I gotta add a source. Window. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh no! It was a blender! I still can't get over the fact that I called Pearl a person of color.
Is that Agent 3?
Oh, this game is so good. Oh, I'm getting so excited for my dissertation about Octo Expansion at the end of this. Wait, why did Agent 3 have an employee? So they got the map and there's now a hole in the ceiling. And now you can escape. I just wanted to do that real quick, just so that y'all could have seen the weird blender moment. Let us proceed. All right, so what's actually happening? So you collect things and then you end up about to get blended up and then you end up escaping anyway, or attempting to escape, I should say. So what's actually going on? Time for more lore. So, to prevent the folly of humanity, the scientist from back in the day had another contingency plan. He was going to create a test facility and use an AI bot to overrun it. We all know how that works. To run it in order to oversee the development of the next step of humanity. So once the humans all die out, whatever the next major species would be, the test facility would effectively be present to curate them and somehow test them to make sure they do not follow the same follies of man. The goal was to make another species that is able to survive for longer than humanity, run by an AI. I'm sure that'd turn out great. Well, it did. This was known as Tartar or Commander Tartar. So Commander Tartar, or the telephone, is the AI bot that goes a little bit haywire. It kind of misinterpreted what its directed was, as is the case with most AI bots, which is kind of interesting because this came out in 2018 before generative AI was even like a twinkle in somebody's eye or whatever. So he has this idea and a misinterpretation of what the goal was. Instead of curating the development of a new species, instead, he would do his best to eradicate all species except for the perfect ultimate life form. How does he do this? Well, he does it in two different ways. The first method is with sanitization. Now, the full extent of sanitization isn't quite completely known, but we know it uses a special version of ink that submerges these octolings and octarians into the ink, removing their memories and their willpower, and then filling their brains with what we only know now as dummy data, turning them into, again, these mindless operators. It is largely believed that many of these octarians and octolings are individuals who were trying to escape the oppressive octarian state after the events of Splatoon 1 story mode, but while they were escaping, they got caught up in the deep sea metro of it all. Not 100% confirmed, but almost entirely what happened. Again, their willpower and minds are stripped from them, all of their memories. It can be stated, and it is highly alluded to, that Splatoon, Octo Expansion's protagonist, Agent 8, was partially sanitized. When you are creating your character, they are in liquid that looks like sanitization liquid, and their memories are removed, but they still have their willpower. It is largely perceived that they have gone through an experiment of sanitization. When their memories are extracted, they turn into a physical form known as a memcake, which is a little eraser. But once you get those erasers, you can't really put them back in because they're erasers. But that's what happened. Then allegedly, those erasers are sold throughout the deep sea metro with the underground inhabitants as little collectibles harvested from the people trying to escape the Octarian nation. This is Deadfish. Deadfish, or DJ Deadfish, is a Octoling who was sanitized but retained her ability to DJ. Now, we're starting to get a little bit more serious here. I think that it is incredibly fascinating about Splatoon of how much so far they have communicated the impact of music as it relates to humanity. What is going on? As it relates to humanity. Let me take off my AirPod because it's like irritating my ears. Here we have Deadfish, who is the primary composer for the music in Octo Expansion. Most of the music you hear is made by this person. The fact is that it is stated that she does not operate. I am so sorry. They, them. That is absolutely my bad. I'm almost certain they used she, her for Deadfish. And then they use they, them for Oct, which we'll get into later. Was it? I don't quite remember. But Oct is non-binary. That's actually very important. But regardless, Deadfish remembers how to DJ. And this is bringing us back to the parallels with DJ Octavio, who couldn't help but lose control of his DJ capabilities when the Squid Sisters performed. Very fascinating. Stage 2 is the primordial ooze. Now, the point of the test facilities are not inherently to prepare the next force. Instead, it is to prepare the next upcoming species, assessing how powerful they are so that they will collect the things and then grind themselves up so the most powerful test subjects become this ooze that he is covered in, Tartar is covered in, that will then be used to create the ultimate life form. So his idea is to instead create mindless subjects by ripping away their memories, grind up the best and most wily test subjects, and craft this modular species in the image of what he believes, the professor believes, is the truth. What is the most apex species. They get grounded up, as I mentioned, and become the foundation for it. Now, this is very interesting, now that I'm really talking about it and thinking about it. Because technically, what Tartar is doing is not inherently against what the professor wanted. The professor wanted for there to be a perfect life form that is devoid of the flaws of humanity, and Commander Tartar is executing that by literally forming it. I just think it's interesting. Oh, we're going to get so good. Now let's talk about the Ascent. Now Tartar feels like it's time to sanitize the world, and so is preparing a giant statue of a machine to create a cannon that will shoot sanitizing ink over the populace, stripping everybody of their memories and thus ending the world again. So you need to go through the ascent of the statue in what are named after different areas of the digestive tract to eventually make it to the Nils statue head, where you then confront Commander Tartar and also the best song in all of Splatoon. Hold on. I'm getting the song. Ooh. Let me make this a little louder. This match is exactly 3 minutes in length, this final battle, where you are going through the entirety of the statue and splatting balloons to eliminate or completely cover it in the paint. Oh, I love this one. Is this? I'll play it for just a little bit longer, but it's such a good one. Boom. Fly Octo Fly, ebb and flow. So good. All right. Now, the Octarians are now free. After the events of defeating Commander Tartar and the Nil statue, there is not as much of a restriction in the Deep Sea Metro, which causes the Octarians to break free. And now we can play as Octolings in Splatoon 2. Hooray! In Splatoon 3 and in Splatoon Raiders, you have the option to play as either Octoling or Octarian pretty freely, or excuse me, Octoling or Inkling pretty freely. But in Splatoon 2, you had to have the DLC. But the fact that there are Octolings all throughout Inkopolis is defined by you basically completing the Splatoon 2 story expansion of Octo Expansion, which I think is very cool. It adds this idea of why people are suddenly seeing playable Octolings everywhere on an actual lore story-based reason. Now, there is actually a little bit of a misconception about something, and that is that many people claim that Inklings only think that Octolings, the new Octolings in society, are just Inklings with funny haircuts. There is a perception that they are just Inklings with funny haircuts. This is sort of true, but only for the members of Inkopolis. Because keep in mind, Inkopolis has not had Octolings in their city for a long time. So these people who look almost identical to them are probably going to be perceived as being them. Does that make it right? No. But I do want to highlight that in the goated Splatlands, they know the difference between an Octoling and an Inkling. I think someone even says something about that. I don't know. But it's important to note that Inklings in Inkopolis do perceive Octolings as funny looking Inklings because of racism, once again. Okay. So this next area, this is when we're going to be a little bit earnest, and this is when I'm really going to geek out. So this is going to happen a few times. This is the taste check. This is the taste check where I want to take a minute to stop and just really appreciate how remarkable this team can be and how creative the Splatoon developers can be when it comes to creating this game. Because there's a lot of little things that are so specifically chosen for Octo Expansion that blow my mind with how interesting it is. So let's start. Splatoon 2's Octo Expansion is ultimately a story of breaking free from the oppression that you don't remember. You play as Agent 8 who doesn't remember anything about their past. Your memories have been ripped away from you. It has been turned into this eraser that you may not be able to ever recover, in fact. Allegedly. And it is decorated with these aesthetics of nostalgia. When you're playing through Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion, the levels are dotted with a variety of unique technology. In specific, on the screen, I have here GameCubes. That's the one that activates me the most because I'm a GameCube fan, and they have the Game Boy player on them. That's really cool. It's almost as if you're surrounded by this idea of nostalgia for a time that you kind of don't remember. And this sort of visual storytelling of the importance of memories, I find as such a critical part of the expression of Octo Expansion. I don't know. I just think it's really cool. Like, they specifically choose old technology, old toys from the 60s, 70s, 80s, even referential to Nintendo's own past. But I also think it's very interesting how far back they actually include. I don't recall if they had the Wii show up here. And I almost feel like it was very specifically chosen which of their old consoles actually do get representation in Octo Expansion based upon what its core demographic is. We were joking about it in the chat. Just as a heads up, I'm 32 years old, right? I grew up with the GameCube. The GameCube was my like main childhood console when I was growing up through elementary school. My first video game console was a PS1 that we got in 1998. I'm old enough to remember, but for many of the new fans, the core new fans of Splatoon, especially for such a new IP, these may very well be memories and nostalgic depictions of something that they never got to experience. That it's familiar with me when I see the Super Nintendo because I didn't grow up with a Super Nintendo. Sure, nowadays I have played plenty of Super Nintendo games. One of my favorite games ever is a Super Nintendo game. But it's not something that I was experiencing as a novel and new experience. It is a nostalgia that I did not have. And I find that a really interesting approach to how they are using the environment to communicate the storytelling of the themes of Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion. I next also want to talk about the Nil statue because this really blew my mind the more I thought about it. So the Nil statue, which you see in the bottom left corner, and the interior of the Nil statue in the bottom right corner, are themed around Michelangelo's David. This is so perfect of a selection. So Michelangelo's David is often regarded as the perfection of human anatomy. It is often regarded as a depiction of perfect human anatomy, which is why Michelangelo's David is still studied by artists and art students to this day. I just think it is so absolutely profound that an AI robot creates a depiction of perfect human anatomy by having the entire internal structure literally be anatomically correct. When you're traveling through the statue, you are going through its digestive tract. Obviously, the real Michelangelo's David does not possess an actual digestive tract, but we are aware of this because we are people. We are people with brains, with the ability to rationalize and understand artistic intent. However, an AI bot is incapable of doing that. So when it hears perfect human anatomy, it literally renders it to have an entire internal digestive tract. But in this case, rendering something literally and perfectly is inherently incorrect which is the issue that we encounter with generative AI today. And I think it's so crazy that we were able to acknowledge that and reference that back in 2018 when this DLC came out. And also, I just have to highlight that it is absolutely, completely ironic and completely within the realm of an AI's content execution protocols as opposed to any determined explicit truth origin that this creature, not even creature, this entity that was created by man to ensure that mankind's problems are not reoccurred, honors the professor, a human, so much that it literally builds the eradication of an entire modern species using an ancient old depiction of humankind. It is literally using humanity to eradicate the next species, following its directive, which was the opposite, to reject humanity and embrace the new species taking over the world as the predominant one. And that specific nuance, that dramatic irony, is not lost on me. And I find so intrinsically fascinating how this AI bot being just executing its protocols is doing something that's not just, morally gray, it's inherently incorrect and completely going against the entire ethos of what was intended. How can you be expected to prevent the follies of man when the object you are using to do that is more anatomically correct than the statue you're imitating? These designers are brilliant. Let's talk about Little Judd. Okay, Little Judd. So, for those of you who are not aware, Little Judd is a clone of Judd in that hyperbolic cryosleep chamber that Judd was stuck in. It also had a contingency protocol. Oh, my VTuber's blocking Lil Judd. Lil Judd. Okay, let's go back. Lil Judd is a clone of Judd. The contingency protocol in that time bed was to create a clone of Judd. So if Judd happened to perish and die and not survive, Judd would remain. Well, Lil Judd would remain. But here's the problem. There was an after effect as well. Now Judd is forever a baby. He will never grow any older. A couple of years have passed. He is the same size. He's not growing any older. And he is forever baby. And he hates it to the point that it has literally been documented that he is waiting for Judd to let his guard down to do it. What is it? I don't know, but it's time for the final fest of Splatoon 2. We have already reached the end of Splatoon 2. Oh my god, how long have I been going? 3 hours? I've been yapping nonstop for 3 hours. I think I have like one more hour to go. I hope. I might be able to wrap it up before, but I've been this is a good one. Okay, the final fest of Splatoon 2 was known as the Final Fest, also known as Splatocalypse. This was a very big event. It was even greater with more unique assets and maps compared to Splatoon 1 Splatfests. It was a huge event. It had a huge marketing campaign on Tumblr.com. And every character that really had a name in Splatoon had a side that they picked, and they even had a justification. I wish that was what they did for Splatoon 3 for their Final Fest. It's okay. We had something really cool for Splatoon 3's Final Fest. But for Splatoon 2's Final Fest, every character had a little bio explaining what team they were on. Ultimately, it came down to, which do you prefer? What is the future? Chaos or order? Are you team chaos or are you team order? A very interesting one. I must say, this was really crazy, and people still argue this one to this day. This is one that was very contentious. I did play this one. I was busy this weekend, but I played every single day of this one. This one was really, really fun. And this one was close. But really, people knew that they were fighting for this future of Splatoon. And the winner is Chaos. Congratulations, Team Chaos. I was on your team. I was on Team Chaos. Team Chaos wins, which means the next game is going to be themed around, you got it, Chaos. All right. So here is the timeline as it exists for Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. Everything that is in a reddish color was released in Octo Expansion. Everything that was released that was in a pinkish color is something that didn't necessarily need to be revealed during Octo Expansion, but was revealed in Splatoon 2. Everything in orange is a Splatoon 1 reveal. We still have some ways to go. We do still have 2 more games. Splatoon 3 is going to be a very heavy one. I think most of my remaining slides are going to be for Splatoon 3. I'm going to go on just a very brief break. And I will be right back. Yeah, let's play a little bit of music.
Uh-oh.
I really need to
Bimby.
play Donkey Kong Bonanza again. I love Donkey Kong Bonanza. I think Bonanza... I've yet to play the DLC. I didn't really need to play the DLC. But wow, what a game. Okay. I am going to try to go a little quicker just because it's like 12:07. I probably have another. I'm gonna try to wrap this up in an hour. We'll see. But we're moving on to Splatoon 3. Now, Splatoon 3 is a heavy one from front to back. So lock in. We're probably going to be in for a big ride. Let's talk about Splatoon 3. So Splatoon 3's in-between is much more substantive than the in-between between Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2 because more time has passed. As far as like overall amounts of years, Splatoon 3 takes place, this came out in 22. It takes place 4 years after the events of the Splatoon Final Fest, maybe 1 year. I don't remember 3 years, I don't know. But it takes place 5 years after the beginning of Splatoon 2. So many of the developments that were happening at the same time as Splatoon 2, we don't get any updates on until now. So in the in-between, in Splatoon 1, there was a map called Hammerhead Bridge. It was a bridge that was under construction. In Splatoon 2, construction picked up again of the bridge. And in Splatoon 3, it gets finished. So because of that, Incadia ends up being connected to another area known as the Splatlands. Hammerhead Bridge gets finished. Off the Hook goes on a world tour. They have a backup band. Again, a similar thing happened. After the Final Fest, Off the Hook gets really, really popular. And so now they're going on a world tour. You see, that's the difference, right? The Squid Sisters are like idols. So they have a lot of different gigs. Music is their main one, but they have a lot of other gigs. They do acting, they do radio shows, they do all this stuff. Off the Hook are truly like musicians. They're truly like musicians. And so they're going on a world tour. Also, the theme of chaos is really, really popular. And so young Squid kids and Octo kids and all the kids are seeking more rough and tumble types of battles and are looking for a hub of culture where that kind of feeling, that feeling of chaos, can best be prevalent. And so they get attracted to the Splatlands and most particularly Splatsville. So the Splatlands are a territory located to the west of Incadia. It's mostly desert due to shifting water levels, but there are some areas that are coastal and icy as well. The main metropolitan area is known as Splatsville, which is a very big city. It kind of has a bit of an older, rundown kind of look to it, but it is incredibly bustling and a lot of industry ends up going there. It has this aesthetic. What would be a good city to say? It's kind of like, it reminds me a lot of a historic downtown that gets like a Hilton built in it, if that makes sense. Gentrification ends up being a major theme in, well, not major, but a significant theme, I should say, in the story mode here. Splatsville was prior a pretty violent area. It was also pretty poor. But because everyone after the Final Fest wanted to go someplace a little bit more chaotic, it caused Splatsville to become a bit of an economic hub. Also, Splatlands and Splatsville is regular because they don't have a race war history. In fact, they have a history of embracing multiple different species. And so they're just happy to be their chaotic selves. But they have a very fierce rivalry with Inkopolis. Now, the history of the Splatlands are actually very, very rich because the Splatlands are actually where all sea folk originate from. We're all from Africa, and all the sea folk end up coming from the Splatlands. So, the biggest point here, many, many years ago, the Splatlands experienced a massive flood. People's lives and homes were in danger by this massive flood. However, The flood was ended when the members of the three great families of the Splatlands, the Hohojiro line, the Onaga clan, and the Manta clan, performed a magical melody that resolved the blight. The massive celebration that happened after this blight was known as the first Splatfest. I want you to put a pin in this because this is something that is alluded to in Splatoon Raiders. Theory crafting, I don't necessarily think this was just a flood. Of all we know now, I don't think this was just a flood. Could be, but I don't believe. All right. Splatoon 3 story mode. There are going to be quite a few slides. You are once again a young and scrappy ink-based battler because you can choose to be an octoling right from the jump, like me, who is operating as a scrap collector, presumably from the Splatlands. You're getting by in the desert with Lil Buddy, who is a small fry. This is very interesting because it's actually against the law for many people to even come into contact with salmonids. And yet, here you are having a little buddy companion, a small fry, which is a small salmonid. You find a weapon in the desert and decide it's time to get serious by heading into Splatlands, or excuse me, Splatville, so many splats, going into Splatsville with your little inkling buddy, about to make it big in ink battles. Shortly after arriving in town, hey Craig. Oh, hey. The great Zapfish of Splatsville is missing. Craig Cuttlefish says, this must be from the Octarians. Uh-oh. Let's stop the Octarians. Again. Tired. This time, the Octarians are hairy for some reason. We don't really know why, but hey. Whatever. Let's play another Milquetoast story mode. Thankfully, the story mode this time around is quite a bit shorter. After your first round of levels, you fight Octavio right off the bat. The easiest Octavio fight. But then, after beating him, something happens that I gotta Google. Hold on. I was really supposed to prepare all these before. Okay. Boom. You didn't. Honestly, even now, this cutscene kind of eats. Spooky ooky. All right, let me get back to my control panel. The Splatoon 3 story mode actually has a name called Return of the Mammalians. You fall into Alterna. Here, Agent 1 and 2, which we already know as Callie and Marie, as well as the new captain away. So old Agent 3 became the new captain of the Splatoon when Craig retired. So that's how that works. Cuttlefish goes missing, and the main theme is about you trying to find him. A strange computer voice named Orca guides you through as the new threat arises. Here is our idol group from Splatoon 3, who was not treated very well during the run of Splatoon 3, but was treated very well in Splatoon Raiders. This is Deep Cut, and I can't help but say it. I really think that their Splatoon Raiders designs kind of clear them. So here we have the shrewd shark tamer of the Hohojiro clan, the energetic, hot-headed eel tamer of the Onaga clan, and then we have the new head of the Manta clan, Big Man. Shiver, Fry, and Big Man. I don't think I said their names. Fun fact, Big Man is transgender. Big Man is a manta ray with 2 back fins. I believe they're called dorsal fins. And only females have 2. Males have 4. So that means that there is some sort of biological component to Big Man, who identifies as a man, having only 2 dorsal fins. I don't think it's a coincidence, because this game is played by the LGBTQIA plus community. These actually act as the antagonists in Splatoon 3's story mode, which is an interesting twist. They are bandits, and they are technically bad guys. They come around by the end, but they're just looking to get some treasure from Alterna. Much like for those who have played in Splatoon Raiders, they are hungry for money because they want to use that money to help out the Splatlands. Ever since the end of the Final Fest and a lot of people moving to Splatsville kind of got really gentrified, and so they want to make sure they're making enough money to put back into the community to make sure that people don't end up sad. Ooh, midnight. Anyway, let's continue. So let's talk a little bit about Alterna, because Alterna is this underground area. It's this very unique environment. We're not really entirely sure what it even is. So let's learn about it. As you go through the events of Splatoon 3 story mode, you will receive little updates about Alterna. Alterna was the final bastion of humanity. Remember what I was mentioning before? How all humanity got wiped out until they all got wiped out again? That's because of Alterna. The last scans of humanity, the super strong, academically strong, super smart scientists basically traveled the land until they found this crater. In this crater, they had a connection to the ocean, and so they were able to live, thankfully, decently in this big ol' hole. However, eventually, the hole caved in and created a much larger expanse. With that and more access to the sea, they were able to truly thrive, an area untouched by the nuclear fallout of war. Since it was all made of scientists, they were able to experiment quite handily with some of the sea creatures in the ocean, as well as some of the minerals around, and able to kind of start creating a super advanced utopia for a time. One of their major experiments that they did was experiment with the abundant squid and octopus populations in the sea waters that they were at. By experimenting on them and extracting their ink, they were able to turn it into this unique color-changing substance that was able to absorb human memories and render them in a very physical manner. They used these to create panels to create a dome around Alterna, not only protecting them from potential nuclear fallout, but also absorbing human memories to make what looked like a sky, a simulated sky based on human memories. This is when Alterna really became a paradise. But the end of Alterna came around. They created Orca. Orca was an advanced AI system that really guided human life while they were in Alterna. Generations later, there was a younger generation of scientists who were naive and plucky of living in cushy life, Orca kind of guiding their every whim and desire, to the point where they got overzealous. They did not want to live in this dome forever. They wanted to see the real sky. Many of the remaining older generation said that was they should be hesitant, they shouldn't do that. But they said, nah, old man, we're going to do what we need to do. They built a giant rocket ship to try to break through the dome, but when it was doing its initial launch, it caused such a shock wave, it created a massive cave-in in Alterna. Now, here's the problem. Alterna was also utilizing a kettle system, which means it was having multiple people live in these hyperspace environments. When the cave-in happened, some of these kettles got smashed, killing entire populations of people. It was an absolute massacre, eradicating so many people and completely obliterating all of their food sources and life's work due to, once again, human hubris, which furthermore, once again, spurred on by technology. Alterna fell, and the last remaining members of Alterna basically starved to death. Humanity is done for real. However, remember that thing I mentioned about Splatoon 3 having some more information about the emergence of the Sea Folk? Well, when that rocket failed to launch, it caused many of the fragments holding human memories to fall into the ocean. When the species of sea creature came into contact with these fragments, it instilled in them biologically human memories. This is why they both look like humanoids, act like humanoids, create society like humanoids, and are even able to emulate history like humanoids. This caused them to eventually really hyperpopulate, really hyper-evolve, and inevitably led them to get onto land. Again, overpopulation was one reason, but a clearer justification for their advancements alongside humanity, or emulating humanity's advancements, is because of the shards that had fell into their oceanic connection. Because of that, Alterna is often viewed as the origin of people when it comes to the world of Splatoon, as there is still documented history of people emerging from the crater that was previously known as Alterna in their ancient history. Let's talk a little bit about the taste check for Splatoon 3. It's very interesting. It really focuses on this idea of chaos. Even more than Inkopolis, there is a lot of overstimulation in Splatsville, but I really have to highlight how Splatsville is using this theme of chaos, particularly to describe like multiculturalism and kind of the goods and bads of it, right? Here we have a rather rough and tumble Splatsville. So many people from so many backgrounds coming, making things work because this is their home. Deep Cut, I think, represents this the most beautifully. Anarchy Rainbow is their main song, and Anarchy Rainbow is we can't tell what they're actually talking about, but generally it's about a chaotic combination of different contrasting things, which is also represented in the type of music they make. Now, while I do prefer Off the Hook, I do have to say the music of Deep Cut is really intriguing with how it is mixing so many different types of cultural influence. Shiver, of course, is representing traditional Japanese music. We have Bindi music depicted by Fry, and while Big Man is mostly all about synths and stuff, he is also filled with many different types of samba styles as well as sound effects used in parades, which really falls in line with their overall festivalist approach. And I think that's what chaos is as far as something that is warm. It is so many loud and different things coming together, but coming together in harmony. It's not because that they are different that is opposing them. They are all there because they're different. And I think that's why it's so appropriate for them to represent Splatfest, where everyone is representing a different team. And yes, we're all fighting neck and neck for our team to win, but it is especially cool when this is done in such a thematic way. I love the way that they are rendering chaos visually. Even this idea of having a desert that was formerly like the seafloor, because that's the thing, shifting water tides. This area is largely believed to be a trench, an oceanic trench that had the water recede due to shifting tides. Is a literal representation of the chaos of the world impacting it. In Splatoon 1 and 2, we are told that the war and the shifting dynamics of the Earth have created a new world for Splatoon characters to inhabit. But Splatoon 3 is truly representing it. We are seeing the impact in nature. We are seeing the impact of the rise of chaos and what it means in this realm of Splatsville, and that Splatsville inherently always was chaotic because it was a little bit more rough and tumble. I also want to highlight how this can also bring its own problems, because Splatoon and Shiver mention the gentrification of the Splatlands, because all of these outsiders are coming to it, is hurting the people who were inherently there. Splatoon 3 is not afraid to mention what good and bad can come from this approach to chaos, and I find it so intriguing. In fact, I also want to mention that drive to help out the Splatsvillians with funding and money because of sort of a drive to appeal to people across the world is a driving force of what starts Splatoon Raiders, the storyline as well. It's just so fascinating to me. I just really had to mention it. Alterna, on the other hand, is a little bit more simpler to describe. It is a very kind of white in varied areas, but it has all of these depictions of human culture. That's because it has a clear in-lore reason. There were many artifacts that the humans wanted to make that reflected what their humanity was. So you see Torii gates in some levels, Moai statues, you see some infrastructure. It's not as crazy, but it is interesting to see what humanity was doing. They were trying to desperately hold on to the world that they once knew that had now been obliterated. This is different than how it is depicted in Splatoon's 1 and 2 story mode. That's why I didn't do a taste check on them, where a lot of that was just depictions of infrastructure of where they lived. These are more depictions of artifacts. All right, so the end of story mode. After fighting through Deep Cut and allying with them, you find all of these objects. You manage to get a ping on Cuttlefish, who seems to be really acting crazy. You use the treasures to get to him, and suddenly, Craig Cuttlefish has died. Dried. So, there's a thing in Splatoon lore where when characters get too old, they can go through a process known as ink drying. This was something that was explored in Splatoon 2. I think it was Haikata Walker, which is the second arc book of Splatoon 2, that says really old inklings can prolong their life by drying themselves out and reducing their ink, which causes them to, again, have a longer life. It was kind of alleged that Cuttlefish had already done drying a little bit before, but now he is fully dried and alive. But who dried him out? Mr. Grizz! Okay, so this is the real Mr. Grizz. We've already talked about him, but Mr. Grizz is here. Mr. Grizz is the person who started this whole situation. He stole the Great Zapfish. He reactivated Alterna. He is the one creating the Fuzzy Ooze. I haven't really talked about the Fuzzy Ooze. The Fuzzy Ooze is this strange substance which is turning the Octarians fuzzy and subservient to some strange master, which is him. He is also strangely able to produce ink. It's a very curious situation. Like, I thought that Judd was the last mammal. Why is there a literal bear here? And why is he an Alterna? Well, he wants to turn everybody into mammals. He wants to have mammalian supremacy return to the planet. and he has a plan to enact it. Pretty simple, kind of an interesting twist. I got spoiled about this before I got my copy of the game, and I was pissed off. But definitely a twist. I don't think anyone was readily expecting Mr. Grizz right out the gate. I know that there were some people who didn't want Mr. Grizz to be an actual bear. I think it's kind of fierce that he's an actual bear. But that's beside the point. In the final battle, the Squid Sisters, Captain, Deep Cut, and you. Oh, and DJ Octavio. He comes in. He's like a good guy now. Combined for a performance of Calamari Incantation 3 mix to inspire you to defeat Mr. Grizz as you launch into space. He tried to launch this giant rocket, which was successful, so he could prepare a giant cannon to turn the entire world into mammals, using the fuzzy ooze, because that's what turns people into mammals. However, when you are performing the 3 mix, it actually transforms your little buddy into a giant salmonid known as Huge Fry. You, Huge Fry, and DJ Octavio's robot combine to ultimately defeat Mr. Grizz in space, destroying his machine and his rocket, and saving the world from utter mammalian peril. The 3 mix is interesting, but we'll talk about that maybe later if I remember. Also, Huge Fry is interesting. Now, where did Mr. Grizz come from? Why was it Mr. Grizz? Allegedly, by the way, Mr. Grizz is still alive in space. But what is going on with Mr. Grizz? Because he definitely looks a little bit different. Let's talk about the Arc Polaris. Okay, remember that old spaceship I talked about? That old stage? Well, it turns out that this was humans' one of their last-ditch attempts to leave the planet, creating the spaceship of Arc Polaris. The humans experimented on animals, again, for some reason, with a small team of scientists. They sent that small team on a spaceship with a gaggle of animals that they experimented on, for some reason, to see if populating another planet was possible. One of these experiments was Bear 3, or Bear 03. The experiments gave him super intelligence. I'm willing to bet the professor had something to do with that. And maintained a perpetual consciousness even when he was put into a hyper-sleep situation. However, a meteor storm destroyed the Arc Polaris, which sent it cradling throughout space, deep space. The entire crew was dead. All the other animals were dead. Bear 3 survived in hyperspace aware. Thousands upon tens of thousands of years later, he finally plummets to Earth, creating the ruins of the Arc Polaris, and he enacts his plan to return his mammalian species, he's not a species, his mammalian animal forces as the predominant rulers of the planet. By doing so, he reactivates Alterna as his base of operations. So, that's his motive. But how did he do it? So I want to highlight sort of what the egg exchange looks like here. So the salmonids exist. They're in their designated swim zones, quarantine areas, currently going through a once in a several thousand years operation known as the Salmon Run, where they act even crazier than normal. Salmonids have a trade agreement with the Octarians. The Octarians will give them technology, and the Salmonids will give them power eggs so that they can power their civilization. Both power eggs and golden eggs are stolen by Mr. Grizz. He employs miners to steal them from the Salmonids for his own aims. Now, Mr. Grizz uses these eggs for different reasons. The power eggs are largely used to power Alterna and power the rocket ship. It seems that power eggs work better as a sort of longer term energy source, but it may take a lot of them to power the rocket. He kidnapped the Great Zapfish to really power the rocket, but the power eggs seem to be a more sustainable means of energy to power his base of operations. He uses the golden eggs to make fuzzy ooze. an interesting transformational power. More interesting things now that we know a little bit more about golden eggs, but golden eggs are generally utilized to create the fuzzy ooze. Now, it is unknown how this happens, but Mr. Grizz uses the fuzzy ooze on Octarians to turn them into a subservient mammalian fuzzy Octarian version. It is likely that these were still escaping and defecting Octarians from the Octarian nation that Mr. Grizz has now employed as his foot soldiers. What happened to Little Judd? Ooh, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, so Little Judd's developments are interesting. On the far left, you have Lil Judd as he appears in Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 3, he looks like what is in the middle. But after you complete story mode, Little Judd looks like he does on the right, which I am now going to move my VTuber around so you can see what is different. And he's got a headset. Only after story mode does he have a headset, and it's important to note that all of his cards in Table Turf Battle, which is an alternative game mode in Splatoon 3, not only have Salmon Run sleeves, but also are all salmonids. It is highly alluded that Lil Judd is using pre-recorded dialogue of Mr. Grizz to run Grizzco and Salmon Run now that Mr. Grizz has been defeated. This storyline has not been explored any further. Many people are very concerned as Lil Judd is going through a rapid evolution, becoming a little bit scruffier, and is being affiliated with some deeply illegal activities. Yay! All right. Now, Splatoon 3, for its 1-year anniversary, had a very significant Splatfest. The 1-year Splatfest of Splatoon 3 was put in place to see who would be the leader of Deep Cut. For those who have played Splatoon Raiders, you already know who the leader of Deep Cut is at this point, but originally it was a character-based event. It was a Splatfest that everyone got to participate in. Now, I was on Team Big Man, but I lost. Shiver ends up being the leader of Deep Cut after the year 1 Splatfest. Now, I would be remiss mentioning Splatoon 3's story without talking about the iconic musical beef. I'm sorry. This is one of my favorite things about Splatoon 3. They are really going in with the world building. Now that we have 3 idol groups, we now are in a situation where like musical beef can happen. Like, I don't know. I'm just so fascinated by it. Okay. So once upon a time, when the Squid Sisters got reintroduced as performers in Splatoon 3 with Splatoon 3's DLC, they released a new song called Liquid Sunshine. This was performing with a strange manta ray character by the name of Ian BGM. But surprise, Ian BGM was actually Big Man the whole time. A few months later, for the 1-year Splatfest, they released a new song called Big Betrayal, which was a diss track by Shiver and Fry against Big Man that Big Man allegedly wrote and produced. Ooh, my throat's getting sore. All right. They were able to make up, but the saga isn't done yet. During the world tour, Off the Hook stopped by Splatsville to do the Splatsville show. Big Man was in the audience because Big Man's just a big guy. He's a big friend of everyone. But Shiver and Fry showed up looking hot as hell, showed up on stage, and basically did a music battle in one of the best Splatoon songs called Stuff for No Fools. I could really go in, but I'm not going to. But I love Stuff for No Fools. Basically, I'm going in a little bit. Basically, Fry and Pearl had a really like tense back and forth. Shiver was being so like cold and backhanded to Marina, but Marina is so sweet that she thought she was just being complimented. This was so cool. Literally an evolving like storyline of beef because Big Man cheated and they were afraid he was going to cheat again, and so they decided to do a rap battle. It wasn't a rap battle. Well, it was kind of a rap battle. I mean, Pearl was rapping. So good. Side order. All right, now side order is truly interesting. I know some people like side order. I know some people hate side order. This is the Splatoon 3's DLC campaign. There is a lot of people who feel a lot of different ways about side order. I am a side order liker. But I'll be real, I forgot everything that happened in side order after I finished it, and I had to look up the entire storyline again because I kind of forgot it. Now that I have done the whole storyline, wow, what a good story. Let's talk about it. It's a little esoteric. It's kind of high concept, so it's hard for people to understand like right off the rip, but we'll get into it. Okay. So side order was effectively the answer after Chaos won the last Splatfest. So now side order, the DLC campaign, is themed around order. Suddenly, you, Agent 8 from Octo Expansion. Did I mute my mic? No. From Octo Expansion, wake up in a strange, colorless area. You meet Pearl, though she's a drone, and now you have to save Marina in a tower. I have to play this song. You find the tower. Marina is being brainwashed. You free Marina. A strange AI entity known as Order seeks to use his place to control the world with submission and order. Now you have to gang up and stop him. I have to play this song. Playing. This is the best off the hook song. Oh, this is the best part. Oh, so good. I wish they played it more than just in the tutorial boss fight. Oh, Splatoon has such good music. Okay. Side order proper. So basically, you find out you are in the Memverse. This is something that was created by where am I clicking? This is something that is created by Marina as an effort to desanitize the people who were sanitized in Octo Expansion. The idea, there's actually a whole process behind it that you learn in the story. The whole process is to take the people who are sanitized, put their consciousness in this realm, grind up the mem cakes that you can't reinsert into the people's brains and turn it into data, and have them go through this tower, which is sort of this guided experience for them to identify their memories and put them back into them. It's very high concept, but it definitely works. It's definitely fun. But the problem is there's now this AI bot saying everything needs to be ordered and everything needs to have will taken away through a process called grayscaling, which is very similar to sanitizing. This is when we get introduced to the ultimate they, them, which is Act. So Deadfish is Act. Act is Deadfish. So this is Marina's old military buddy, a not as good engineer who managed to become a DJ and then escape and then get sanitized. And this happens to be one of the very first people that Marina wanted to desanitize based on their history. They use they, them pronouns. And that's huge. Like, they use actual they, them pronouns. Like, actual non-binary, clearly non-binary representation in Splatoon. I love to see it. Oct is a little bit shrewd, kind of sarcastic, and cynical, but way meaner than Marie. Oh, I forgot to mention. Big Man is a Taurus. Shiver is a Scorpio. Down. Fry, I would say Fry is like a Leo. Yeah, Fry's like a Leo. Anyway, Oct is who you meet, and then Oct helps you go through the environment. The story, the actual core story, is kind of short for Side Order. You come to Order. He turns into a massive force called Overlorder, and plans to use a security flaw in the Sea Cucumber phones to drag everybody into the Memverse, erasing their free will and grayscaling them. That way, they will all be subject to his whims, and the life will be in true order. When their consciousness returns to their bodies, they will be a lifeless husk. And naturally, you stop him with a DJ battle, which again is like, at this point, this is like the fourth time you're doing a DJ battle boss fight. There's something very specific about music in this game overcoming oppression. We're starting to get real. So what's actually going on? So after the final fest, Marina became emboldened to bring the world to order. And she determined the best way to do this is by desanitizing the people who were sanitized. It was a massive project, and she was going on a world tour, so she couldn't do it all herself. So she actually collaborated with many of the Octarians. You see, DJ Octavio is based on his weapon identity in this game. Like, there's weapons based on various characters. Based on the weapon that's based on him, Octavio is apparently turning over a new leaf and really like being a good guy all of a sudden. So there is rapid social change happening in Octarian society. Not only are multiple Octarians defecting, but now many of the non-defecting Octarians are just able to live life, you know? So many of these Octarians are not getting used to this new free open lifestyle and seek a world where they had a little bit more structure and regiment. The world is so chaotic, they want to create a world of order. Unfortunately, when you mix ideology with an AI bot, it ends up creating a problem. And thus, a problem it did create. These strong desires manifested in Order, and then Order went the way of Tartar to try to really mess people up. Basically, try and get the world to subject to Order. Instead of having as like crazy of an idea as Tartar, it's just, I want to bring the world to order, so I'm going to kind of remove all the will. Like, that's the point. Not to create a new species, just the sanitization is effectively the point. The resolution. After your first run, Agent 8, Oct, and Off the Hook escape the Memverse. Some of the souls still remain in the Memverse, so you go through it several times to delink them. However, you eventually befriend Order, now called Smollusk, and because y'all are friends now, theoretically, desanitization can begin in earnest. It is largely believed that Oct is desanitized as of their appearance in the final fest of Splatoon 3, which we'll get into. But it is largely believed that desanitization has begun, but again, we do not have confirmation that it has begun on a wide scale. Taste check. First of all, this is the gayest thing. I have to mention it. This is so gay. This is so gay. I'm sorry. It is so gay. Literally, Pearl and Marina are flirting the whole way through. This is so gay. It's so crazy because I think there was like a an Assassin's Creed game that came out around the same time, and everyone was upset that there was like gay romance options or whatever. But then this game, literally, like they're flirting the whole way through. Gay. I think that. So, also, by the way, if you're taking a look at a lot of the environments in Side Order, it looks like a factory. But the factory are carrying these strange objects. The objects are actually very similar to what you see in Octo Expansion. They're often a lot of like video game stuff or like toys, tricycles, and stuff, which represent memories. It's very esoteric, but effectively, this environment is a factory about sort of moving, compositing, and bringing memories along. It's sort of like a memory processing plant, which is, again, kind of esoteric, but it works. I think it's actually really fascinating because as you proceed further up the tower, you see the journeys of these objects until you get near the top. And it's actually so messed up because then all of those memories that have been packaged make it to the top and then they get basically destroyed by Order. So Order is like destroying memories or at least quote unquote grayscaling them, which is making them like inaccessible. Quick ad break. We'll take a brief break. Quick brief break. We're taking a quick brief break. All right, quick brief break done. Something else I really gotta highlight with Side Order. All in the hub, there's all these little creatures here. And ooh, I love little creature. These little creatures, by the way, are all different forms of plankton. Now, I need to really highlight why that is significant. Plankton are. So, what is plankton? Plankton is actually not one specific animal. Plankton is a term that is used to describe as a variety of small, often microscopic animals that kind of they have some manipulation, but they're not free swimming. They are very dependent on the currents to give them any level of movement. Many like crustaceans, like zygotes or nymphs are often considered plankton. Small creatures. They don't have the capability to move on their own very well. They have to follow the flow of the currents. So I think it's so incredibly appropriate in this world that it is completely inhabited by these creatures that are completely subjected to the order of another. It's very appropriate marine biology narrative visual discussion. I was obsessed with it the minute I saw them. I was like, what are those things? I learned that they were plankton and I became obsessed because it's like obviously the inhabitants of the world where everything is trying to be controlled within a specific like oppressive system would be plankton who can't make any decisions on their own. The environment of the lobby is also covered, or not the lobby, but the outside is also full of bleached coral. So coral bleaching is the situation that happens when coral gets really sick. Coral is an animal, but it's very hard. It's very hard and solid, which allows it to create these really interesting and diverse environments. But when coral dies, the foundation of the reefs that it creates also dies. And whenever it dies, it becomes a lot lighter. It's called coral bleaching, typically due to changes in the environment that make it unsuitable for corals to survive. And I think that is so appropriate because here we're talking about this idea of desanitization. We literally have creatures here that live by being directed by the ocean currents and then directed by order to do whatever they need to do. And we have what would seemingly be this perfect idea of completely ordered life form, which is coral. Coral doesn't move. Like coral is something that is very immovable. But in that idea, order's perfect idea of order is not just coral, but coral that doesn't even feed, like coral that doesn't even operate. So coral with even less will than it has. And what that ends up doing is creating a dead environment. This is once again a depiction of this ideology being interpreted by an AI and rendering it useless immediately based upon its false understanding. Because this perfect idea of completely ordered gray-scaled coral ends up largely being dead, unalive, and thus not serving what its initial intention was. It's then at that point AI for the sake of satisfying AI. Are you noticing a trend about how Splatoon treats artificial intelligence? I'm just saying. All right, we're almost done with Splatoon 3. The Grand Festival. Now, technically, this is not the final fest. Splatoon 3 is still having the occasional Splatfest to this day. However, the Grand Festival was determined to be the last major event of Splatoon 3's storyline cycle. I cannot stress how this was an absolutely amazing moment. Okay, this was so good. Okay, it basically turned Splatsville into Coachella. First of all, you weren't in Splatsville. Once the event started, you went to the Grand Festival grounds, which was the tutorial area. The first area when you were playing Splatoon 3, that tutorial area got turned into a music festival with 3 stages, a tent, a normal stage, and a big stage. And you got unique emotes to do when you were in the crowds. Look, I'll even move myself. See, you had unique emotes you could do while you were in the crowds to go along with the songs and the music. These, first of all, every single song that was performed by these divas, this was performed by the 3 diva groups of Splatoon. They played all of them and they played their live variants. For those of you who don't know, there are occasionally concert shows where Squid Sisters, Deep Cut, and Off the Hook would have hologram concerts of their songs with live accompaniment and unique synthesized arrangements, kind of like how Vocaloid concerts work. Well, those live versions are what played during the Grand Festival. And it was so fierce just to pretend you were at like a music festival. Like the environment was honestly sickening. And I can't stress enough, like, look, I know they have concerts in Fortnite or whatever, but there's a different feeling about having a concert in like Fortnite where you're just kind of sitting around and then like having this entire venue, having this entire situation, and having these entire artists completely created by a creative team. Like this is not, hey, we're doing a promotion where Kid Cudi is going to perform with Deadmau5 in Fortnite. This is, we made up these artists. We made up this musical style. We made up this language. We made up this aesthetic. And we're going to have a concert in the game where everything we made was made up completely of our own creation. And it was like literally the best event ever. If you talk to anyone about Grand Fest, people are like, this is the best video game ever because I felt like I was seen. I felt like I was seen. It was so good. But it was still a Splatfest. Oh, and the music. I won't play it. But the final Splatfest song, there was a song where all of the divas got together and they sang a massive collaboration. And it was called Three Wishes. It was so good. And they performed that on the final day of the Splatfest. All day. That was the only performance. They played it on a loop in the big stage. They floated around the audience on floating platforms. It was so good. They had like unique choreography. It was amazing. It was truly transcendent. This is like one of my, I moved to a different state around this time. And this was like the final like big send off to me in that state. So it was actually really cool. I played all the days of this. It was so, so good. Now, this Splatfest, the final fest, had a theme, and each of the idol groups represented it. So the first one was Team Past, represented by the Squid Sisters. Squid Sisters represented Team Past because they were the first idol group in Splatoon 1. Then we would have Off the Hook, who represented Team Present. That is because the most recent update to the game's playing was Side Order, and Side Order was the present. It was what was now. And the newest group, and also what we know now, the leading group of the next Splatoon game, represented Team Future. That being Deep Cut. So, past, present, and future. Who won? I'm mad. Everyone was mad at this win, and this is the reason we should not have three-way Splatfests. This was so I accept it now, but basically what happened is that most people picked Team Future or Team Present, but the only people who picked Team Past were like veteran players, like high-class veteran players. Those are the only ones who picked Team Past because they've been playing since Splatoon 1. And because there was so much in those other groups would end up fighting themselves. I won't go into all the ethics of it, but basically, if you have a bigger team, you will run into opportunities where you're doing mirror matches more often because you're not coming into contact with the other group as much. And since this was a very tiny group of just elite players, whenever Team Pass would come around, they would typically end up creaming the other guys and having a higher win ratio. Now, for me, whenever I went up against Team Pass, I would end up beating them. Maybe I just ran across like lower class Team Pass players, or maybe I'm just really good. I don't know. Whenever I'd come across Team Future, I'd get creamed, but Team Past, I was able to clear. I thought from my gameplay that Team Present was like kind of taking it, but whatever. Team Past wins. Congratulations, Team Past. I'm okay with it now. Congratulations. But with that, we don't know what past means. Past could have possibly influenced what this last game was, Splatoon Raiders, because it does have a little bit to talk about with history and origins. But I'm not willing to buy that. I think we have a little bit further to go on that. So we'll see. Anyway, here is where we are for the timeline so far. We have a few more left over here. But we are almost done, y'all. We're almost done. We're almost done. Okay. Splatoon Raiders. All right, lurkers, I'm going to need you to wake up. Okay? Splatoon Raiders is the newest game in the franchise. I am going to be talking about the lore of Splatoon Raiders. This is going to spoil the ending of Splatoon Raiders. And it is going to spoil the post-game of Splatoon Raiders. So, if you have not finished Splatoon Raiders, You have been warned. I would recommend clicking off of this video, clicking off of this live, because I am about to spoil all of Splatoon Raiders, including the post game. You have been warned. All right. Home stretch. Let's get Raiders done. Okay. So here's the context. It has now been 2 years since the Final Fest. The Final Fest actually caused a big boon in profits for Splatsville. Generated a ton of money, but then it all dried up. Well, time for the bandits to get back in action again, I guess. So, Deep Cut goes out searching for treasure to fill out Splatsville's debts. The raid begins when they find that the ancient islands of the Spiralite Islands have arisen. These are islands that kind of appear and disappear. It's kind of alluded that they kind of rise from the ocean, but they are covered in a swirling fog. Suddenly, as they're flying over the Spiralite Islands, a burst of energy comes through the middle, causing Deep Cut's plane to crash, lose control, and fall on the Spiralite Islands, where they discover a mysterious robot and adventure for treasure. They're stuck on the Spiralite Islands for about a month. Turns out the person that they're with is actually this like really adept mechanic. And so that's who you play as. So the player character in Splatoon Raiders is known as the mechanic and is super smart and technologically savvy. All right, so something else is going on with the Salmonids this time around. It's a little bit different. They look very different. They end up looking a little bit more grizzled, and they are all red. There also seems to be a lot of ruins around, and they are covered in what looks like salt. Now, we know that Salmonids tend to like to be as tasty as possible in their own terminology. So it is interesting that they are covered completely in salt. So it does seem that the ruins of this island, which represents a sort of culture residency on these islands, but it foretells of a training. It seems that Salmonids migrate to the Spiralite Islands after completing a training. So I'm willing to bet it's something like each tribe of Salmonids has like a trial where they pick their strongest Salmonids and then they go to the Spiralite Islands where they turn all red. Now, the idea here is when a salmon turns red, it's kind of like, well, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself. Salmons actually have different phases of their life. One of the phases that I think is the most identifiable is the spawning phase, which is when they turn all red, they kind of turn crazy looking, and they return back to their place of origin. I'm willing to bet that this special training that is commenced is Salmonids go through like a training to be the strongest of the strong, and they are the ones who return to their place of origin, which is the Spiralite Islands. The Spiralite Islands appear to be the origination place of all Salmonids. But instead of them going there to spawn, which they could be going there to spawn, we don't quite know. It is entirely possible they could be going there to spawn. But we know at least one other major reason that they're going, and it's for a celebration. We'll get to that in a second. But I know, Kyron, I'm still going, although I'm almost done. We're on the last game. It's not quite known, but it said that some of the Salmonids go through a specific training, migrate back to the Spiralite Islands to participate in a festival. We'll be done in 20. All right, the raid continues. As the raid continues, you come across these odd Salmonid relics that project pictures of the stars. They react when members of Deep Cut sing alongside the robot. The robot performs music that is from their past. There's a lot of these interesting things they're finding of Deep Cut's clan. Like they're finding artifacts of their clan on the islands, and the robot is performing music from these clans' history, the Hohojiro, Onaga, and Manta clans. Once all of the pieces have been told of the prophecy, well, it's like telling a prophecy. But then once all the pieces have been told, if you are playing Splatoon Raiders currently and have not completed the main story, this is your time to look away now. 3, 2, 1. The Sam Monarch rises. So this is what is very interesting. The Sam Monarch starts as this golden egg. It's what released this energy into the ether. The Sam Monarch rises. And when it rises, water levels across the world start going crazy, like in Salmon Run. 7 rings appear above the Sam Monarch. The Sam Monarch hatches from the golden egg, and all of a sudden, the Salmonids go crazy. The Salmonids start invading like it's a big run, like a big run. I never even talked about a big run. It's an event from Splatoon 3 where Salmonids occasionally invade the world, in like outside of their swim zone that invades like areas of Inkopolis and Splatsville. Now that's happening everywhere all at the same time. The water levels are going crazy. Now, it has been revealed in lore that the Sam Monarch is what hatches from a golden egg when the golden egg is exposed to tons of spiralite. It is alluded that part of this returning festival is due to the rising of the Sam Monarch. It is also possible that because there's a discussion of generations of Sam Monarch in game lore, that they put a golden egg in this specific tower surrounded by spiralite that changes it into Sam Monarch. I didn't even mention spiralite. Spiralite is a strange gemstone that is found on the Spiralite Islands. It is something that gives Salmonids a lot of power. It grants them quite a bit of power when they equip it, and you can use it to activate power as well. It's a new power source identified here. It's what causes the salt. When those eggs are exposed to a lot of this spiralite, the golden eggs, over generations and years, it will turn into a Sam Monarch and basically kind of summon the end of the world by Salmonid domination. During the final battle, the mechanic Deep Cut collab to form Deep Fam, and they destroy the Sam Monarch to save the day. This is actually really cool in this moment. So I have to mention this. In the final, the Grand Festival, at the Grand Festival, there was a song that played during the tricolor matches, the final day, called, it was called Rainbow Color Incantation. And it was a collaboration of the most popular songs of each of the idol groups. However, when it got to the last minute, they would change the song. The Squid Sisters would switch from singing City of Color to their song, or Calamari Incantation to their song City of Color. Off the Hook would go from singing it's late, y'all. Their song. The point is that they would all sing a new song at the end of the match. However, Deep Cut sang a new song, a song that had never been heard before. And everyone's like, oh, they're the only ones who wrote an original song. Plot twist, that song was then used in this battle, which is leading me to believe that this is not our team past game, because they already had the song finished. I don't know, I had to mention it. It was such a cool reference. All right, let's explore a little bit of deeper between the first explorer and Deep Cut. As you're going through the Spiralite Islands, you're learning more about this inventor who created the robot. And you're learning kind of a little bit more about Deep Cut in general. So this guy who invented the robot was an Octoling from the Hohojiro clan. He was friends with members from the Onaga clan and the Manta clan, respectively. Now, this man eventually got exiled because he rejected the Hohojiro clan's traditional ways to become an inventor. So he annexed himself to find his own path, collaborating with his friends until eventually leaving on his own to find and explore the Spiralite Islands, where much of his research is where we get how certain things operate in the Spiralite Islands to this day. He's really responsible for a lot of the lore we know. Now, as we're kind of exploring that, we're also understanding more about a time of a massive battle of the Salmonids in Splatsville, where the three major families were able to fight them off. It is alleged that this is the same event as the Great Flood, because remember, in the big run with the Salmonids, the water levels changed. Likely there was a massive flood that changed the water levels, and that was when this massive Salmonid invasion happened. Those Salmonids ravaged the Splatlands, but the three clans collaborated to defeat them. That would seem more of an appropriate event to be the first Splatfest, in my opinion. So not so much new lore as it was more specially clarified lore. So that's why there's a connection here with both the big three clans of the Splatlands, as well as the inventor who created the robot and explored the lands. All right, we're almost done, everybody. We're almost done. Okay, we need more money. After defeating the Sam Monarch, you realize you need more money. This leads you into the post-game of Splatoon Raiders, which is the Bottomless Buffet. At level 100 of the Bottomless Buffet is said to be the ultimate treasure. The robot's radar is going crazy, and you find out that this ultimate treasure is a giant golden salt shaker. Boom. This is the final battle of the post-game of Splatoon Raiders. The golden treasure is being protected by a giant upside-down salt-preserved huge fry, which I think was really cool to see Huge Fry again. Now, Huge Fry originally was just the guardian of the treasure, but apparently went crazy after it tasted some of the salt it produced. It turns out the salt it produced was actually spiralite. So this particular golden treasure is the origin of spiralite on the island. So likely it was a spiral because you twist the grinder to grind the salt, and that is what spreads the salt in its formation. Ultimately, however, you defeat the monster and you get the golden treasure. Now, let's do some lore crafting, theory crafting for a second. So, we gotta hurry. So, I wanted to talk a little bit about this while I'm here. The ending of Splatoon Raiders was foretold in Splatoon 2. I showed this thing at the very beginning, that sunken scroll in the top left, showing the 7 rings. That's a sunken scroll. It's a collectible item that reveals lore, and it introduces Salmonids saying when the 7 rings shine above, the pink fish will devour all of those on land. That is the same quote that is phrased when you get a game over in the final battle of Splatoon Raiders. Now, in big runs, which are, again, I mentioned events where Salmonids invade the city in Splatoon 3, you get these 7 lights in the sky, but they're not fully formed. My theory is that that is a symbol of the power of the golden egg holding the Sam Monarch hatching, releasing its energy and causing a temporary effect of what it would be when it fully hatches. So rather, those were foretelling the events of the inevitable salmon apocalypse in Splatoon Raiders. I also want to talk about spirals. Spirals are a symbol of chaos due to being sort of uncontrollable, tumultuous tornadoes, all of those natures. But they are also symbols of life, symbols of starting something simple and going crazier and crazier. That symbol of life, I think, is very representative of the cycle of life that these Salmonids are going through, particularly when they're going through their spawning phase. Truly fascinating. I think the choice for spirals as a symbol of life and chaos is so appropriate, especially as it connects to the drill. Now, drills also represent this theme of spirals, and the drill is a major thematic as is explored in Splatoon Raiders, as this idea of continuing on. It's the same drill-like aesthetic that you see in Gurren Lagann, so I would be very surprised to see. In fact, I'm almost certain that Gurren Lagann was a major inspiration for the dev team when crafting the narrative of this game, because there's a lot of parallels between drills and spirals and life and all of that. Now, the last thing I wanted to mention is that the Salmonids were originally drawn to this island. So while there was a Salmonid civilization here, it doesn't seem like they originally came here. It seems that they came here in search of the salt and then later made their culture built around it. So potentially the Sam Monarch theory didn't ever exist prior to them finding it. But the Salmonids were not originally a part of the Spiralite Islands. They just came here in search of the salt. Also, one other thing I want to mention, at the end of the post game, there is a sort of tally of all the treasures that you collected and how much money you made, with a really fun and silly, goofy song that I really like. And then you realize this game is all about going underground, finding treasure, and then getting a tally of it at the end. Splatoon Raiders is just Pikmin 2, but better. All right, here is the final version of the timeline. Let me move my tuba. Here is the final version of the timeline. Just to go over it real quick. The war ends. Kettles are created. Arc Polaris is tested and fails. Humanity starts to end. The Deep Sea Metro is created. Humanity experiences its first end. Alterna is then created. Squid and octopuses are experimented on, creating the memory glass. Alterna then falls due to the hubris of man once again. Several thousand years later, sea creatures emerge on land, and Salmonids start traveling the world, eventually reaching the Spiralite Islands. After some time, the Great Splatlands Flood happens, which is actually an invasion by the Salmonids themselves, likely due to the previous generation Sam Monarch arising. Then begins the Great Turf War, which sets it's the race war. Splatoon 1 story mode happens. You recover the Great Zapfish. Then following that is the Splatoon 1 Final Fest, where Callie and Marie become separated, only for Callie to be captured. At the same time, many Octarians start breaking free. Splatoon 2 story mode happens, where you save the Great Zapfish and Callie. Octo Expansion follows shortly after that, where one particular Octoling, now known as Agent 8, almost gets sanitized, but gets locked in this test facility. Eventually breaks out, and then all Octarians are now able to live in Splatsville. Splatoon 2's Final Fest then begins, choosing Team Chaos as the winner, putting Chaos as a very popular theme in many of the people's lives. Then, following that, is the Splatoon 3 story mode, Return of the Mammalians. You defeat Mr. Grizz and prevent the world from being transformed into mammals. After that is Side Order, which you are fighting this corrupt AI system once again. Then desanitization begins, as many of those people who lost their memories are now recovering. Following this is the Grand Festival, where Team Pass ultimately wins in the greatest Splatoon event ever. And after that, Splatoon Raiders begins as Splatfields goes into debt. Needing to recover it, there is an adventure to find these Spiralite Islands, only for these Spiralite Islands to then suddenly reappear, and you begin your adventures in Splatoon Raiders. This is the entire story as we know it of Splatoon. Beautiful. Oh, and one last thing that I have to mention. This game is very anti-AI. It had such a foresight with it. Every step of the way that an AI entity was introduced, it was explicitly explored as something that ruined humanity. Either it overvalued its goal to eradicate all life, or it chose a world of purely following its subservient like unmettered code, or it was something that was made with actually good intentions, but it deliberately ruined individuals' ability to critically think about what they were doing. Every step of the way, a hyper-intelligent AI system was viewed as a force of oppression and was deliberately leading to the darkness and downfall of something, which brings us to what Splatoon is all about. Self-expression. This is a game about the importance of self-expression. Expressing yourself in the truest form, no matter what it is, no matter how it contrasts with the world around you or with others, being true and honest to yourself is the best love you can give yourself. This is why fashion in the game is so diverse and everyone has their own style, because your personal approach and earnesty and honesty to yourself is love to yourself. This is even represented in the fact that there are so many drawings in the hub world. What brings us together are our differences, and everyone just drawing and expressing themselves in the hub world or on Miiverse is truly a fascinating display of how important self-expression is to Splatoon as a concept. Rejecting forces of conformity, even for the sake of convenience. Those that force you to conform are those that actually keep you separate. Because what makes things fun, worthwhile, and loving are being true and different and coming together anyway. It is not our differences that separate us, but our differences that connect us. Those systems that make things easy, that makes things convenient, that makes things like we don't have to think too hard about it. It is just what it is because it's following this clear directive, end up putting us consistently at odds with each other to an extent. Tartar wants to kill you and make sure that everyone has lost their memories. Order wants to tell you exactly what to do. Orca wants to put you in the most direct possible way. Like give you the most direct possible instructions to live your life in the most algorithmically effective way possible. Even when we talk about non-AI, DJ Octavio is someone who deliberately oppressed his people and was only able to be changed by it when his own level of self-expression was starting to be challenged in a contrasting way. It is the differences and the contrasts that we have that make the beautiful collage, because paintings aren't made with one color, babe. Paintings are made with a variety of different colors and how they react with each other. It is our differences that unify us. And it is our art and expression that is the ultimate glue that holds us together. Why is it that every single villain in Splatoon is defeated by music? By live performance, every villain is defeated. Honest expression is the gateway to community and happiness, no matter how it may clash with standards or how messy it may seem. And that is what Splatoon's about. All right. With that being said, we are done with the presentation. Thank God. Here are the most up-to-date ways that you can play Splatoon. If you have a Nintendo Switch, you can play Splatoon 3. This is the current mainline game. If you have it has a free update to take advantage of Switch 2's performance hardware. So if you have a Switch 2, you can play Splatoon Raiders on Switch 2 as well, enhanced. And then Splatoon Raiders, or Splatoon 3 enhanced. Splatoon Raiders is exclusive for the Switch 2. It is the newest game in the franchise. It is very, very good. It came out 2 weeks ago, and I strongly recommend it. I don't want anyone to buy games. I'm like, buy this product, but these are 2 games that I really appreciate and respect, and I would recommend them if you are looking for a game. With that in mind, I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank everybody for playing. We have now been streaming for 4 hours and 43 minutes, and I have been presenting this for 5 hours and 31 minutes. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And keep splatting. Bye.